Hi, I'm Leanne. I'm an introvert. I'm really scared being up here on this stage, but here I am anyway. I'll use a lot of gestures. I'll try to be hyper. Thank you so much. In this, though, like I said, this is something I love talking about, something I do love sharing with a lot of people. But I did start way back in 2011. I was just documenting the things, so then I would get to the point where I'm now standing in front of you, not too scared, talking on stage. So now we produce 15 to 20 pieces of content every week across platforms. This is for both my business and for my personal brand. So I create 2 different videos on YouTube. I post it everywhere else. We repurpose it. We put it in different ways. And I'm going to walk you guys step by step through this. And if I'm at the end of this, if I am able to show you guys how to create a content creation machine, I'm going to ask you guys to do one little thing. Is that okay? Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so I did this when I started out. I was just using this. It was right in the middle of the pandemic when I started doing YouTube a little bit more. It was September 2020, and I bought this secondhand camera. The owner had like a dinged up box of like, yeah, I got this somewhere else, and like here's the microphone and everything else. And I still do this from my room. So it doesn't have to be that you guys have a big studio. You don't have to have this fancy setup. It's just me and I even started with just, again, on my phone. So you don't have to make this really complicated. So I also now just started growing a community of people. So we have a Facebook group. Of course, I earn from YouTube. I get affiliate marketing. So aside from just the coolness of being able to be a content creator, you start earning as well from a lot of the different ways that you can. So of course, first thing is, why create content? First thing, builds authority. You guys are here building authority because this is something I like talking about. When you show up, when people Google you and they see like, oh, this is what they do because you've created content out of it, then like, okay, this person I can trust. So it builds trust really, really fast as well. Second is, of course, it builds your branding. If you look up my name, and I'm lucky enough that my name is really unique, thanks, Mom. It has the dash, it has the Lai, Lakaba. If you guys look me up, it's really easy to see, like, oh, this is the thing that she's been doing. This is her branding. She talks about virtual assistants, she talks about content creation. This is the thing that she does. And of course, it's great practice for doing just this. I started out, again, with just my phone, talking to it 5 minutes a day, and now I'm talking to you guys here on this stage. So great practice for getting to the point where you are building that brand and authority. Next is, it's easiest type of job to get. If you're not thinking of starting your own business or your own brand, if you're a content creator, you know how to create content, it's one of the easiest jobs because all of the business now, they're turning into creating more content for their businesses. So it's easy for you to, like, hey, I know how to do this. I know how to turn your one big piece of content into multiple types of content. And of course, it's a great introduction to your business. I have gotten so many clients for 2XU from my YouTube business because they see like, oh, she knows what she's talking about. She knows the struggles of having a virtual assistant. So then she's probably someone that I want to work with. So how do you actually start? So first is we start with, who are you talking to? Who is that imaginary friend in your head? Who is the person that needs your content, who needs to see it, who would be the target audience for it? So you start with, are they a he or a she, or are they, what kind of person are they? It's just building that imagery. How old are they? Where do they live? What are their hobbies, and what are the things that they like or hate? So for example, for me, when I started out, I just had my sisters in my mind. They were both the people that I was talking to. I was talking in my ate voice and my older sister voice of like, okay, this is how you do it. This is the best way that you can do it. So that's how I started. And now I've evolved, like I'm talking to entrepreneurs. So it's like, hey, how do I hire a virtual assistant? How do I do this? So what is that person? So then when you're looking at the lens of the camera, or if you're writing the vlog, you're just imagining you're just talking to the person. It's just a conversation. Next is, it goes down to also, why are you creating content? Is it to grow an audience? You just want to be an influencer? And there's no shame in wanting to be an influencer. It's a pretty cool life to be sent cool swag. I sometimes will just get stuff in the mail. I'm like, oh, cool, now I get to talk about this thing. Is it to sell a product or service? So again, for me in 2XU, I use it very much to be able to sell our services for hiring and managing virtual assistants. And of course, is it just for fun? Like, do you like just doing it? Like, I know so many people who do this. They just blog about their day. They walk them through, like, oh, this is the thing that you probably have heard, like, hello, everyone. This is the day of my life blog. This is the thing that I'm doing today. So that's also good because then, again, you're creating and mastering a skill that really does help in a lot of areas in your life. froze. Oh, there you go. So next is you want to cover what type of content are you trying to make. So first one is text. So it's making articles, social media posts. Ooh. A little bit of delay, but there you go. Ebooks or blog posts. So this is the first type of text, first type of content that people do think of making. It's just making a 500-word article, social media post, the captions. That is a text type of post. The ebooks, blog posts, and of course we have video, which making like long-form video, which is usually for YouTube. Short ones. There you go. Vlogs or online courses. There's also, of course. Oh, there you go. I should point it this way then. There's also informational videos, if that's the type of your content you're creating. There's photos, there's creating graphics, posters, stickers, etc. And then audio with podcasts. So these are normally the 4 types of content that you can create. So out of curiosity, for anyone here, who here has created like text type of content? Amazing, most of the people here, awesome. Who here has created video type of content? Good. So then going to be things that what is something that you are an expert in? Now there's something that everyone here is an expert in. Just think of what are the things that people usually ask me about? Like, oh, like, do you know how to do this? Or can I ask you for help for this? These are things that you are an expert in. Not everyone, you think you're probably level 3, but there are level 1 and 2 people who need your help, who need your type of expertise. Second topic is, what is a pain point with your audience? Again, remember that you had an imaginary friend that you chose of like, what is the pain point? What's stopping them from getting to level 3, to get to your level? And then third one is just, what is something that's fun for you to create? Because it's always going to be essential that to do this long term, that you are doing something that's fun, doing something that's different, doing something like in this week for my vlog post for my YouTube channel, it's this trip. I'm like talking about this. Nothing to do with virtual assistants, nothing to do on how to work from home, but I do this for fun. I do this kind of content. Okay, so next is I'm going to go through different ways to brainstorm ideas, to hopefully start jogging your guys' brain. So first thing is I do recommend doing a brain dump. So brain dump is just 10 minutes of non-stop writing. So you guys had the 3 topics. You spin the wheel, another free tool that you can use to see, again, what are people asking? What are people looking for? What's the information that they need to be able to move forward? Next is look at lists. You can say top 10 ways to do that. You can search that on Google. You'll see lists on lists of blog posts of other people who already did the research. That's a shortcut for you. And this becomes another type of content that you can create. You can find prompts out there. There's a ton. And of course, experimenting. There's a lot of different ways that you can start, again, as you're consuming content, as you're seeing what works for other people, you can start putting that into your own machine. And of course, there's always repurposing old content. I'm still looking at content that I did 3 years ago. I'm like, how can I make this better? How can I improve it? How can I make this into a freebie or a course or a PDF? And of course, I have been addicted to ChatGPT. Anyone else? Anyone else playing around with Chat? There you go. So I have been addicted to it. I have gotten all of our assistants addicted to it as well. So I've created a really cool prompt, set of prompts actually, on how to create a year worth of content with ChatGPT. Everyone good with that? Okay, so first prompt is, what are 12 bottlenecks for content creators? So basically, I usually put X, Y, Z in here. So what are the 12 bottlenecks for your target audience? So for example, this is going to be your content for every month of the year. So bottlenecks could be, no tech. It could be no topic. They don't know this system that I'm teaching you guys. So then this becomes, again, content for every month of the year. So let's say one of them is tech. So that becomes every single week, you're able to put a prompt of, give me 4 ways to solve bottleneck number 1. And then bottleneck number 2, bottleneck number 3. So it becomes this list of topics of content that you can now create every single week for that month. And then you can go ahead and say, give me bullet point script for each of the 4 ways. Now this is your content for every post. This can become your video script. This can be the outline for your blog. And of course, then you can ask it, create a LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok video script for each, and becomes your repurposed content. It's as easy as that. I'm going to give you guys a little bit, because the next slide is the actual example. So move a little bit here. So here I put, what are 12 bottlenecks of hiring and managing a virtual assistant? This is now content that I can use for the rest of the year. Expand with video topics for number 1. So it grabbed number 1 and then gave me 4 for this is now my weekly content, and then bullet points, this is now the content that I will create. So that's how easy it is. You don't have to brainstorm, you don't have to really think too much. It is just that easy, especially with ChatGPT. I do recommend, as always, word of caution, research as much as you can, double check. It is still a bot. It's not perfect, so double check as much as you can. Make it your own voice. One of the things that I even do sometimes is I'll put in like, hey, this is the content that I create. This is my voice. This is a blog post I created, or this is a Facebook post I created. Create a content based on this. So then it learns your voice. It sees like, oh, this is how they speak. You can make it, of course, talk about like, hey, this is like make it fun, make it funny, make it serious, make it professional. You can make it into different ways, because that's one way that you can start creating the content. So now, this is going to be how we can repurpose for different platforms. So let's say you've picked already the content that you want to create. We'll start with turning text. So a lot of people here said that they started with text. So we start with, of course, your blog. So this could be on, of course, WordPress, Medium, LinkedIn. It could be a tweet that you did. It could be a Facebook post. You can turn the text into a video. You can use that as a script. You can turn it into bullet points and turn it into a video. And then if you want to, you can make it into audio. You can make it in a podcast episode that you're talking about, the topic that you already wrote about, and then photos. So this then, of course, feeds back into text. So you might be thinking, well, people get annoyed that I'm talking about the same thing over and over again. I am surprised until this day when people are surprised, like, hey, I talk about virtual assistants. Even though I talk about it constantly everywhere, there's still going to be people who don't know you, no idea what you do, no idea what problem that you're about to solve for them. And it's really powerful to be able to have and be everywhere. Again, it shows up your branding, shows up your authority, and it just grows more and more. So what this can look like, so creating a content machine. So start with long form content. So this could be a video, a podcast, or a blog that you did. That's one content. That's one piece of content. And this is what I'm about to run you through is actually our actual content calendar of how we do this every single week. So we start with long form content. 2 is then we turn it into short video. So a video that I did, a 12-minute YouTube video I did, will be broken up to 30 seconds to 3 minutes, and this will be different types. So then this is 5 content count. This is already on YouTube, Pinterest, because if you don't know, one of the fastest ways actually to grow on Pinterest is also video now. There's, of course, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, and then you can turn it into a carousel post. A carousel post is, you know, those series of posts that you can swipe through. You can turn that also into a PDF. They can post on LinkedIn. So then that's another 4 count of content, becomes a graphic post. So what we usually do is we pick a quote or a really good point about the video, and then we post it, of course, in the different platforms, and then you can repost it everywhere else. So that is basically what our content machine looks like. So on Mondays, we post this. This is our Tuesday content, our Wednesday content, our Thursday content, and our Friday content. That is essentially our content calendar at 2XU, and how we're able to create 15 to 20 pieces of content every single week. And again, I do 2 videos, so I do one for virtual assistants and one for people who want to hire virtual assistants. So then this becomes a little bit even more of a bigger thing. And again, we repurpose, we even go back to old content and make it better. So what this looks like, again, is I do a video of like, hey, these are different areas so you can train your virtual assistant. And then we go into the short video. This is trimmed out. This is just 30 seconds of what is something that's super fast. So train your virtual assistant to become a project manager. So that's one point of the video that was cut and now put into teaser to the different platforms. And then it becomes into a graphic post of like how to successfully train your virtual assistant. So then, again, we grab a quote from it of like, this is like a really cool thing about this. You can learn more about this here. And then it is a blog post. So we can go both ways. We start with a blog post, then create video. It just becomes this everlasting machine over and over again. Does that make sense to everyone? How we're able to create this? And again, for me, I've gotten to the point where I'm spoiled. I just talk on video for 40 minutes, and all of our virtual assistants take care of this. But I did start it with myself. I started doing this all myself. I wanted to create this system before I actually gave it to someone else. So now, I'm going to ask you guys to do a little quick activity. So create your content machine. So go ahead and open your IG, your Facebook, or even TikTok, if you guys have it. You guys go ahead and open it on your phone. Go to your stories. Take a selfie. So I'm going to pause to have you guys take a selfie really quickly. If you guys want to, of course. No forcing. But then you can use, of course, the hashtag. And you guys can also tag me and WordCamp Asia, of course. So you can give you guys a moment to do that. And then repost the story on other platforms. And you've essentially just created 3 types of content right there. If you guys want to even post it on as an actual post, that's another form of content. There's a lot of different ways that you guys can do this and make it super easy for yourself, and of course later on with your team. So everyone done? Do it? Thumbs up for those who already did it. Awesome. Okay, so that's just a quick thing. It'll be cool to see you guys on social media as well as you guys tag me. I would love to follow guys and see your content. So, bonus content creation tip is, of course, hire an expert. You don't, again, I figured this out myself. I'm just a nerd. You don't have to do what I did. I'm just a big nerd about this. But you guys can want to identify the work that you don't want to do. So let's say that you do want to be the face. You want to be the one creating the content. You want to be doing the video. So you want to delegate like the editing part. You want to then the cleaning up part, repurposing it, make it into a graphic post, and then create a checklist of what do you want it to look like. One of the best ways that you can do this is if you have someone that you look up to in the industry, you can have your video editor or your graphic person or your social media person, hey, look at how they do their posts. I want to do it like this. And of course, then you can hire a freelancer or a full-time assistant to manage and publish the content. You don't have to do this. I only show up 40 minutes. I sometimes even just change and put on a coat so that it looks like it was a different day just for the video. And then I send it off to our editor who then sends it to the social media manager and it gets posted. I don't even know most of the time. They're like, oh, can you share this on your story? Oh, it's already there. Oh, cool. So then it makes it super duper easy if you just let someone else do it as well. So final content creation tips for you guys. First is be consistent. Even when you don't feel okay, if I did it with the 100 days of videos that I did it when I was sick. You saw one of the titles, How to Deal with a Migraine. I did that right after I got a migraine because it does help. It creates your belief that I am this kind of person. Next is just experiment as much as you can. See what other types of content you can create. See what else makes sense for you. And of course, keep learning something new. Again, as more as you create and consume a lot of the content, the more content you can also create moving forward. And of course, ask for feedback. Any questions that people usually ask, that means that it wasn't clear enough, you missed something, it's opportunity for new content that you can create moving forward. And of course, keep records of progress. Like for example, for me, since I kept the record of me doing 100 videos for 100 days, I can show this to you guys. And it's also a really cool thing to show if, let's say you get featured on TV or the news, at least you have something that you can show people of, this is how I started. And that's basically it. Do you guys have any questions at all?
Wow. Wow. I enjoyed these sessions so much.
Thank you.
So much, yeah. So anyone at the, is there anyone that's, this is their first WordCamp? First WordCamp? Oh, wow.
Oh, nice.
Wow. So yeah, I missed that part. So welcome. Just so you know, after the speaker is done with the questions, if you have questions because of the live stream, because of everything, you just need to wait for Mike. Yeah, Mike to get. So, do we have a question from the audience? So
yeah, right here,
let's just
right
wait
here.
for a mic. Yeah, and you'll be the next one.
Hello. Yeah, you just said something about letting an expert handle the social media publishing, I would imagine. Yeah, like going to Facebook, going to Instagram, going to whatever.
Everywhere else, yeah.
Everywhere else, LinkedIn. You know there's a plugin for that on WordPress, right?
Yes, I do.
and it's a free plugin. Mm-hmm. Okay, I just wanted to say that, you know, I mean, it's called Snap. I mean, if anybody wants to know. I mean, instead of trying to just go publish or trying to pay somebody to actually go and publish on Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn, I mean, because that is time consuming. I mean, because you can set that plugin to where as soon as you post it on your WordPress blog, it'll automatically go and post on Facebook, but you have to set it up. I mean, there's a little, not programming, but there's just a little work in setting it up, but once you set it up, it's automatic.
Oh yes, definitely, and that works when it comes to sharing the blog post, but this is more like, this is how you then repurpose it and make it into different types of content. But for sure, I think I've heard of that actually, again, nerd when it comes to content creation, but this is more like, this is now how you create a graphic or a video or different types of content you want to create it from as well. So thank you though.
Nice. Another question?
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your knowledge. And yeah, as for beginners, like creating content is really, really good, right? But are we should focus on the quality or quantity for the very, very beginning?
So I would say if you're starting out, it actually a little bit is just quantity because you're practicing, you're trying to get better and better. Later on, once you get to a certain point, like for me, it got to like my second year of doing this that I really focused on quality because then I wasn't too bothered. I wasn't going to be scared that I was going to say or a lot when I'm doing videos. So you start with quantity, like I said, did 100 videos a day and that kind of gained up the confidence. And then you start creating quality videos. And you can start deleting. I did that as well. I deleted all of the practice videos that I did and then started to focus on quality. Because of course then it builds again your branding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice. You mentioned ChatGPT, and I have to ask that question. Like, but you mentioned the prompts and everything, but how do you educate others? Can we leverage something that's someone from your team? Can you share a little bit on that? Yeah.
So on ChatGPT, so that was just a cool, quick little thing that you can do right now. If I've already have the login for it, is then it becomes your sidekick, your brainstorming back and forth of a person that you can talk to, well, quote unquote person, on what kind of content you create. Like I use it like, hey, I'm stuck. Can you create a content on this, or how can I repurpose or rebrand this kind of content I already created? So it's just a fun little thing. And then again, it doesn't have to be you. It can be an assistant who's doing it. So then they're the ones generating, and you're just checking. You don't actually have to do some of the work.
More questions here?
Yeah, so here's my questions. So how do you actually approach researching a new piece of new topics, and what resources do you when you want to create new content?
So it was earlier, the one that I said were just Google search. Just look at what people are searching. So if you guys go on Google, when you, of course, put in the search, there's that drop-down button of like all of the other questions people ask. That's one way that you can research it. Another one, like I said, ChatGPT. The other one was Answer the Public. It's one I still use from time to time when it comes to creating content. So then it gives me that list. Either my assistant or I clean it up to see like, this is actually what I want to talk about, and it creates that content. Does that help? Awesome.
Hey, I was wondering, for folks who use your content creating machine and they really work at it, but they're not getting engagement, what's your advice and encouragement for those folks?
So I was also there at one point of like being able to like stuck like, oh, I keep creating, but nothing seems to be sticking. One of the ways that I actually really grew was I collaborated. I went to people who were talking to my target audience. So there's different Facebook groups, for example, in the Philippines, who are already teaching a lot of virtual assistants. So I went to them like, hey, can I do a free training to your group? Can I do this? And they were starting to have me as a speaker. They were already inviting me to different things. So that started growing a lot of my brand. So going in community building helps a lot. Second would be just experimenting. Like when TikTok first started coming out, I was like, oh, TikTok, it's gonna be ridiculous. And then I got like one video that hit like 300,000 views, and I got like a ton of subscribers on my YouTube channel as well with that. So then it's just experimenting, it's seeing what sticks, because you never know who's looking at your content, who's watching your content, who then will share the next person, so on and so forth. Plus it does become evergreen. So my TikTok that I did 3 years ago, I still see people liking it and being able to like save it on for their later, basically. So it does work. So just community, experiment, and see what sticks.
Nice. And last question?
Great. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to understand the balance between the efficiency of hiring a staff of 5 people, a content manager, social media manager, all this stuff. Like, what does that cost? And what's the revenue trigger for you to understand when is it worth it to actually go out and hire 5 other people to actually do this for you? Because it's not free.
That's true. So I usually always recommend you start with one full-time person. The reason for this is then if they're part-time, they're switching between other people's content. You might not be urgent. So start with one, and then the trigger to hire the next one is when you do start getting people in. So for example, for me, I started with my own assistant doing this. Before I started the actual social media manager, we had the first person say, yep, I want to be your client. And I'm like, okay, so this is working.
What does it cost them?
Cost depends. For a full-time assistant, it could be from $1,000 to $3,000, depending on their expertise.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, US, yeah.
Thank you, Leanne.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Leanne will
everyone.
be here, so if you have more questions, ask away. So yeah, now we can do the proper introduction. Another round of applause, please. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you so much. So yeah, If you have any questions, the ones in the red T-shirt can help you out. Just so you know, we have the networking rooms, we have the quiet rooms, we have all the sessions. So feel free to switch between the sessions and enjoy the camp. So in a few minutes, we are starting off with Alan's talk. So yeah, thank you. has a French first name and German last name, which I'm not going to pronounce, not even going to try to pronounce. So he's originally from Luxembourg, but living in Germany, working with the enterprise WordPress for a company called XWP, and also maintainer of WP CLI, our command line console for WordPress. Also, he'll be talking about the advanced performance and scalability for PHP developers. Alan, stage is yours. Round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Milan. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a more technical talk. So first of all, I wanted to ask a question and see who in the room, so hands up in the air, who in the room loves cooking? Hands in the air. All right. So that has nothing to do at all with the talk, but I want to start with an interactive element to get you warmed up. So now we get into the boring bits. I'll talk today about a few concepts, but I want to start off with telling you what I will not be talking about. So this will not be about infrastructure performance, like how to set up your Kubernetes clusters and things like that. It will not be about front-end performance, how to lazy load your images and similar things. And it will also not be about network performance, how to reduce the latency in your DNS round trips or something like that. So these are the things that we will not cover. However, we will cover some things. So everything I'm talking about is meant to be back-end only. So we're not talking about front-end performance, which is a huge topic, of course, but it's not about this talk now. And this is either algorithmic in nature, so we're changing our approach of doing the solution that we need for our problem, or implementational, meaning that with the given approach that we have, we try to make it faster or cheaper to execute. So, first of all, the talk has a pretty long title, and it contains performance and scalability. So let me talk about these two terms, because oftentimes these are confused, or people think they are the same thing, or they are not clear what the difference is. So let me first go over that. The performance is how fast you do a single unit of work. And making something more performant means, for a given type of work, you just aim to execute it faster, so that it takes less time to execute. And scalability is the ability of your system, of your application, to easily support a high load, a high usage, without degrading in performance. And while these two are directly related, they are not the same, and oftentimes optimizing for one degrades the other. So if you have a system that does something a very high amount of times and you improve the performance, then it will in total take a lot less time. But if you multiply that at internet scale, it might mean that that time that it takes is still too much time. And with the finite resources of the servers that you have, it might just mean that your servers just crash. So scalability is not necessarily making it faster. Oftentimes, it's actually making it slower, but it changes the approach of how it's done so that it can more easily be done multiple times at the same in the same request. For example, it can be parallelized. You can do only a fraction of the work and try to guess the rest and things like that. So performance and scalability are not the same thing, and sometimes optimizing for one degrades the other. So with that being said, how can we visualize that relationship? We have a diagram here, a canvas with two axes, one being how fast or slow a given operation is, and the other is about the distribution of our load. So at the left, we start with a very low load. A single visitor, our grandma does a request on our private blog. It's a single request, the blog does not do much, and if we optimize it for performance, this will actually be very fast. So we can ensure that this single operation executes almost instantly, and we're good to go. However, if now all of a sudden our blog is shared by an Instagrammer, by an influencer, what happens is that if our blog is not scalable, the performance will slowly degrade the more usage our blog gets. And with high load, it might even end up not being able to serve these requests at all anymore, because our server just crashes under the high load. And with a scalable approach, first of all, it might actually be slower to do a single request, because usually for a scalable approach, we have much more logic. It is not the simplistic way of doing it as fast as possible, but there's way much more involved. We have heuristics to decide when do we do it at all, maybe we only do it every 10th step, and so on and so forth. So we have much more logic, making it slower, but as the load increases, we are able to still serve these requests. The degradation is either non-existent or most of the time happens in such a way that we still can serve these requests over the entire spectrum of the load that we need to serve. So that is the relationship between performance and scalability. That's a very important distinction, and some of the mechanisms I'm talking about, some of the concepts, they improve the performance, and others improve the scalability. So with that being said, first of all, if you think that something is too slow, measure it. Figure out, is it actually slow or is it just perceived? How slow is it? Measuring is important to pinpoint problems and to have a frame of reference so that if you make changes, you can actually find out if you made an improvement or if you maybe added a regression. So with measuring, you can find the hotspots so that you can focus your work on where it matters most, because optimization is costly, it's time-consuming, so you don't want to optimize something that is never used at all. You want to optimize the one point that has the highest impact on your bad performance. You optimize against requirements, so optimization is also always a trade-off. I'm probably standing in front of the slides here, so sorry about that. Optimization is always a trade-off. So meaning that you don't optimize indiscriminately, you figure out what your business requirements are, what is the core thing you need to achieve as best as possible, and you optimize for that. That might mean making something else slower. It's always a trade-off. And then finally, measuring in itself has an effect on your platform. So the more tools you add to measure what is happening, the slower your platform becomes as well, because you add the overhead of measuring on top of everything else. That is why it's important to always use adapted tools. You can use tools that give you very, very precise measurements about what your code is doing, but you wouldn't run that on a production server. The production server will just crawl to a halt. So that's why there's 3 general categories of tools that you'd need for measuring performance and scalability. Profiling is the act of running your code through a measurement system where every single line of code is being measured and is being analyzed on its impact. So with a profiler, you can see, okay, my code spends most time in this function, it uses that much memory, it has so many calls of this function, and so on and so forth. Then we have benchmarking, which basically takes a function or subsystem and tries to execute it multiple times and then fetches average times to measure it. This serves a different purpose because some code, for example, will not run with the same performance on every iteration. So getting average numbers is something else than profiling the actual code. And then finally, we have load testing. And load testing is trying to figure out how scalable your system actually is by using it from the outside, by just hitting it with as much actual load as you can and see where it breaks. Because actually, pretty much every system will break if you put enough load on it, if you put enough stress on it. So those are the 3 main ways of how you measure both performance and scalability. And whenever you measure something, keep in mind that measuring itself has an impact as well. For the WordPress system, for example, it is common to use Query Monitor to get insights into your code. But remember that using Query Monitor makes the code slower. So it is the measurements that you get give you a relative measurement of how your code relates to a different version of the code. But the absolute numbers don't mean anything, because the absolute numbers will be completely different as you switch Query Monitor off. Always keep that in mind. So I will now talk about a lot of higher level concepts, and sometimes there's PHP code as well, but this talk will not include that much PHP code. Even though it's in the title that it's a PHP talk, it's more about the server side of the application, meaning PHP in WordPress. So one of the main concepts you should be aware of when you think about optimizing your application, optimizing your code, is that there is a degree of how real-time your code happens to be. I invented a few terms for this talk, so hopefully you don't mind that. Here I came up with the recency spectrum. So on the left, we have what is pure dynamic code. So that is the default mode of WordPress to operate. You have a template that is being executed every time you do a web request. So if someone clicks a link in the browser, and you just have a default WordPress installation, every single time WordPress will go through an entire cycle of dynamically generating that result. Then, as we move further towards static code, we add interruptions into the real-time cycle. So if we talk about micro-caching, for example, micro-caching is the fact of doing near real-time. For example, if you do a news page with live ticker and things like that, you want it to be pretty much real-time, but actual real-time is too hard on the resources. So micro-caching would mean you cache it for 5 seconds, for example. 5 seconds delay for most people is still real-time. A lot of people even take longer to even download your web page if you add enough ads to it. So 5 seconds is nothing in terms of the recency, in terms of how real-time it feels, but 5 seconds in terms of server resources. If you're getting millions of page requests per second, 5 seconds is a huge savings potential for your server. So adding that type of micro-caching still feels like real-time, is way more scalable than just being dynamic. Then we have regular caching. That usually means you decide which parts of your site should have which time to live. So this should be cached for 30 minutes. This should be cached for 2 days, and so on and so forth. And then every time something that was cached expires, it gets regenerated. So you have control over how long you want the different subcomponents of your page to be cached. That goes beyond micro-caching, so it serves even more, and it saves even more server resources. But this is not real-time anymore. So if you have one part that is cached for a week, well, you will not get updates for weeks. So you can hardly say that feels like real-time then. And then we have long-lasting caches, with the main difference being that it does not directly have a time to live. Usually the time to live is very high, or it doesn't expire at all, and you have a trigger that invalidates the cache instead. For example, you can have a cache that stores how your post is rendered, and only when you save an update to your post, the cache will get invalidated. For the rest of time, as long as nobody changes that post, you don't need to regenerate the cache. It is still current. It doesn't grow stale over time just because of it. As long as nobody changes the post, it will stay current. And then finally, at the other end of the spectrum, we have static code. So that means there is no runtime way of updating the representation. This is something like a static site generator, where the entire rendering is changed from being during runtime to being during compile time or during deployment. So that is, as long as you don't deploy a new version of your code, it is static. So this is the recency spectrum. Feel free to use that term if you like it. I don't know if it exists. I didn't find it, but it made sense to me. So with that said, as we saw that the more caching we add, the more server resources we save, way up to being static at the end, the obvious approach is cache all the things. But also curse all the caches, because everybody who has ever dealt with caches knows that, yeah, these things can really be a pain to debug. So, yeah, you should always be aware that, as I already said before, everything is a trade-off. And it is not only a trade-off in terms of performance versus scalability. It's also a trade-off between how optimized it is and how maintenance heavy it is. We have different types of caches that come into play when we work on a PHP application server. The most PHP one of them is the opcode cache. So the opcode cache is the cache that is used by the PHP runtime itself to store the results of the PHP compiler. It's not technically a real compiler, but let's stick with that for simplicity's sake. So when you execute a PHP file, the PHP file is loaded from a file system, it is lexed, it is parsed, it is compiled into bytecode. That bytecode is then processed, and that is then generating your result. And the opcode cache, it actually caches the result of some of these steps. We'll go into that into more detail a bit later. Then we have a server-side data cache. I don't know if that is a technical term. Basically, everything you use in your custom code, where you store something, hopefully not in the options database, in your Redis cache and things like that. That is just pure data that you store. What that data represents might be very different things. It might be the generated HTML. It might be information about the user that you retrieved from an API, whatever. And then we have the browser-side cache, which is the cache that the user of your site has on their end. And the browser-side cache is that is the most front-end we'll get here, but basically everything you can have end up in the browser cache means your server is not being hit anymore. So that is a way of not doing the work, which is way faster than doing it in a cheap way. So let's talk about cache expiry. As I already said, with some of the ways you can cache, you need to define what the time to live is, how the cache behaves when it is invalidated. And cache invalidation is the important bit. That is the thing that is hard to get right and that makes all the difference. Because caches are perfectly fine if your cache invalidation is perfectly fine. If you have an issue with your cache invalidation, then you get random output and you don't know where to start to debug. So cache invalidation is very important to get right. The most simplistic way of dealing with cache expiry is a hard time to live. It basically means you cache something for, let's say, 10 minutes. So during these 10 minutes, the first time you generate the result, and then it is cached, is stored in the cache, and then for 10 minutes, we always serve it from the cache. And then after these 10 minutes, our cache is expired. So the next request figures out, oh, the cache is expired, I cannot use that. So it goes and regenerates the result, stores that back into the cache, and then serves that cached result again. That is the most basic form of caching, and it is easy to implement, but it comes with a few drawbacks. So usually, you can imagine that most of the time, you use a cache for an operation that's expensive to do. So if you now have a hard TTL and your cache expires, the user requested the result, but you don't have the result, it's stale. So you need to regenerate it. But it was an expensive operation, so it takes a long time to regenerate it. And all the while, the user is still waiting to actually get that result. That's why a hard TTL, it's easy to implement, but oftentimes it's just not a good experience because you have a synchronous lock on the user until the result is regenerated again once it expired. So what is an improvement on that is a soft TTL. You cannot always use a soft TTL, but when you can, you should always prefer that. It basically means that once you figure out that your cache has expired, instead of letting the user wait, you continue to serve the stale result of the cache. So you don't erase the cache results. You can continue to serve the stale result, but you trigger a background process to update the cache in the meantime. And you might still serve thousands of users while this regeneration happens. They just get stale content out of the cache, which in some instances is perfectly fine. And then when the cache is being updated, then you replace the stale version with a new updated version. So that is always preferable. It's not always usable. It depends on whether the result you request needs to be precisely accurate or whether it needs to be good enough. It needs to be just, if you have, let's get back to the news cycle, for example. If you continue to serve the last version of the live ticker for 2 more seconds, that's not a big deal. But if you answer an authentication request with a stale result, that might be more problematic, of course. And then finally, we have expiry via cache key. So whenever you cache something, you use a key to reference that part in the cache. And you can actually use the cache key when you cache to be regenerated without you needing to manually adapt it. So this makes your cache reactive in a form where some outside source can actually have an effect on your cache key, which creates a cache miss, and therefore automatically the cache is invalidated. You can only use this when you use a cache storage that cleans up after itself automatically, though. So don't do that with the WordPress options database, for example, because it will just fill up after each cache miss, and as the cache key changes automatically, you have no way of manually going in and cleaning up the old entries. That's an important distinction. So the act of caching can be done in a hierarchical way, and oftentimes this is referred to as Russian doll caching. You know, these dolls where there's one inside of another, and you don't see the inside dolls as long as you don't open up the outside doll. And what Russian doll caching is if you have a given result, let's say our home page, we might have full page caching, which caches the entire result. That's fine. But now if, let's say, okay, which one did I pick now for the slides? I think I picked headline B. Let's say headline B needs to update. The simplistic way of doing that is just scrapping our page cache and regenerating the entire page. So with Russian doll caching, we can actually have a hierarchy of caching in place with different cache keys. These cache keys can use the expiry via cache key, by the way, which is a very smart way of combining Russian doll caching with an automated optimization. And then if now we want to update headline B, we invalidate headline B, which invalidates the entire collection of posts and invalidates the entire page. But our navigation or the previews of the other posts or the title or whatever else, they don't need to be regenerated. They stay fresh. So that's a nice mechanism that auto-optimizes itself. You need to be aware of the granularity, though. So always make sure that you don't go too fine into detail because there's overhead. Use these auto-invalidating cache keys, so expiry by cache key. And remember the cache limits. So the more caching you add, you risk running into something like your mem cache running out of memory, which actually disables the cache, which doesn't make things faster. Also, caching is a cross-cutting concern. So what does that mean? We have several different layers that our application is usually built out of. And normally we want to keep strictly within the limits of these layers. But some concerns like caching or logging or security, you cannot easily keep these within these limits because they are what is called cross-cutting concerns. So they actually transcend these layers. And that makes them very hard to implement properly. If you do object-oriented programming, for example, it's always a pain to figure out how best to structure these. That is not that you fail to reason about how to best put them into objects. It is because they are inherently problematic because of their nature. So there's 3 ways of dealing with that. And this is important for caching because it means it lets you know how best to implement caching in your application. Through dependency injection, meaning that you can inject a cache object everywhere and then use that cache object. Through decorators, which is a design pattern where you wrap whatever you have with a cached version of itself. That works well if you have interfaces. And then aspect-oriented programming. I'll need to accelerate a bit here. So using dependency injection, that unfortunately creates a lot of noise. So oftentimes that is the least preferable option. The option I usually prefer is using decorators, which means that if a service needs a dependency to execute some work and that work is heavy, we can wrap that dependency with a cached version of itself. And neither the service nor the dependency need to be changed. So you don't need to change their code. You just can wrap them from the outside. And then finally, there's an example of a caching decorator. So here you can see our code without caching. And the naive way of doing the caching would be to immediately include the caching logic with the actual logic of your code. That creates a lot of convoluted mess, unfortunately. So what we want to do instead is have the cache be encapsulated into a separate class. This code didn't need to change. This code didn't need to change. The only thing we changed is in our bootstrapping code, where is assembler application, we wrap our fragment with a cached fragment. That's the only part that needs to change. The rest of the code, you see, we have the original code again. Aspect-oriented programming, we will not go into detail. It's a method of actually like hook-based programming in WordPress, just at the PHP function level. So you can say, before this function is executed or after this function is executed, do this instead. And this lets you easily wrap all methods with logging or all methods with caching. Now, a last concept here, immediate versus deferred. This, again, like the recency, we have a scale here. We can do something immediately, or we can not do it at all. And there's several steps in between of doing that. And when we think about whether we do something immediately or not, the important part is that the web server is not a task processor. So what I often see is something like this. The checkout, you add action and action and add action to your checkout process or to your form submission, and your web request times out. So that's not the way to do it. The way to do it instead is the checkout just stores the fact that something was ordered, and that's it. And then you have background workers that pick up orders and do the heavy work instead, outside of the web request. With this out-of-process execution, you need to always make sure that you serialize the context correctly, that you can scale the web server and task processor independently, and use optimized infrastructure for the message queue. And then don't preload, pre-instantiate the entire application. So this is normal instantiation. You just execute everything all at the same time. But instead, you can actually use proxy objects. And proxy objects are an approximation of something that's way cheaper to instantiate. And this automatically optimizes everything then because when you actually hit a proxy, it turns into the actual object itself, which optimizes by itself. Sorry for rushing through it. This was taking way longer than I expected. Proxies are not always the exact same thing, so be aware of that. Again, granularity is important to consider, and then you can automatically generate proxies with a library called Proxy Manager. And then the last bit, code generation. Code generation means that you turn something from being executed at runtime to executed at compile time, which makes it not be executed at compile time at all, which gets us into the skipped part of the execution scale. And what happens with the op cache is if we do everything, if we compile everything, we get to this, where the op cache is just being read, interpreted, and processed, instead of laxed, parsed, compiled, and so on. And as a bonus, if you keep everything as static as possible, all the static code ends up being this. So static code, it is in memory and is just being executed. So this is the fastest way of doing your logic, because you're mostly not doing the logic at all. So this is it. Sorry for rushing. It was way shorter than I expected. Do we still have time for questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
We do. Based on the number of tweets, we totally won the war of like the best tweeted track, just so you know. So yeah, all the tweets.
Okay, great.
Twitter was burning, just so you know.
I'll also answer questions on Twitter as soon as I get to it.
And you will be here for all the questions.
Yes.
Yeah. So do we have questions? First, I would like first question to be like, is this just for PHP?
This is not just for PHP. Most of these concepts apply for anything that is working on the server, and some of these concepts just as well work on the client. The focus here was really on getting the application generation spectrum, the entire spectrum covered, but a lot of these principles are just very universal in nature and will apply to pretty much all the engineering efforts.
Nice. Questions? Yeah. Can we get the mic here? Mike, can you get the mic here?
Thank you, sir. MSK here. You mentioned about server-side and the browser-side cache. And the browser have like different kind of browser, Chrome, Edge, and so on. How are you gonna make it like control it to be like force refresh it on the client side?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the browser cache is mostly controlled by what you're already generating on the server and the header information that you're attaching to it. So when you generate a page, you can attach meta information about that page, for example, caching headers. So these caching headers give the browser a time to live and a way of behaving. There's a few directives that you can send along that let the browser know is this supposed to be used while stale and things like that. So with these header information bits, you can control the browser independently of which browser it actually is, because this is just a part of the standard that makes up the web protocols. So as long as you stick with these headers, you can assume that the browsers will not all do it in the same way, but they will all do it in the best possible way for the way they execute the page, so that you get the best benefits that are available in that browser. So with these caching headers, you can control that behavior.
Nice. There was a question, another question here.
Hi, I'm Ashud from Pakistan. Thank you for that talk. It was very helpful. I wanted to understand, how do you kind of size the caching instance, the Redis or memd cache instance? What are your recommendations for that, for the website?
Yeah, that is an it depends question. So sizing, some of it can be, you can do some napkin math, where you say, okay, we have that many posts, we have that many requests, we expect the request to have an average size of this and this. So you can do some netkin math and guesstimate what the probable size requirements will be and how you will cycle through them. But ultimately, it is only by observing the behavior of your cache in production that you will figure out whether you get it right or wrong. And then you will adapt as necessary, and that will probably also be a process in time. So if you have a trivial application, probably the default settings of your cache will be good enough. And if you don't have a trivial application, then probably you're forced to constantly monitor your cache anyway. So you need to constantly monitor your cache just as you monitor your container clusters and things like that, because there might always be changes in user behavior and whatnot. So make sure that you have a way of figuring out what is currently happening with your cache. That is the most important bit, and then just keep monitoring it and adapt as needed.
Wow. More questions here?
So if you develop plugins for a lot of websites where no object caching is available. So in that case, what is the best way to store the cache?
So the best way for a plugin, if it's not a caching plugin, of course, best way for a plugin is probably to use just the caching abstractions that WordPress provides and assume that if someone needs to use it at scale, they will configure these abstractions correctly so that they point to the right service. There's not much more you can do if you build a generic plugin, because everything else you will do will create lots of pain points for you, for maintenance, and will always still be your assumptions forced upon whoever uses your plugin. So the best bet is stick with the abstractions, maybe add documentation of what type of caching is being used, what the expectations, what the assumptions are, and then anyone who uses your plugin at scale, they need to then correctly hook up these abstractions to servers that are powerful enough to handle it.
Wow. Alan will be here, so if you have more questions, yeah, that's Alan. So, Alan, thank you so much. A big round of applause for Alan.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're so happy to have you as a part of our community. There is something that I'm going to share about the yoga. The session starting in like 15 minutes, I think. So yeah, the next talk starts in like 12 minutes, so you have enough time to change room if you would like to have a refreshment or anything. But yeah, join us. Enjoy the event. Thank you. Matt from Buckhurt. He's been into WordPress since 2007 and gathered a lot of experience that he's going to share with all of us. So a huge round of applause for Matt. Matt?
Hey there. Okay. Yeah, like, I got really nice introduced. I'm Matt. I'm from Buckhurt, but that doesn't matter here. I'm here for WordPress. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to hack WordPress. So a WordPress website. So somebody here is going to get hacked. And I already know who, so because I asked around, so not too surprising. But first of all, let's talk a little bit about why it's important to get hacked. Or first of all, let's talk about what not to expect from this talk. So heavily paraphrased, success is 10% inspiration and 90% preparation. Like I said, heavily paraphrased from Thomas Edison. But actually, I say this talk is 10% preparation and 90% improvisation. What does that mean? I don't know shit about what's going to happen, to be honest. Because I don't know the target that I'm going to attack, and I don't know the outcome, and I don't know the security issues that this target might have. So everything you see here is going to be done live and going to be done in comparison to other stuff that I did before and, of course, together with you. If you have any questions, let's wait and keep them until the end. So this is kind of an agenda. Intro and what to expect we already did, yay. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's important to hack yourself. Then we're going to hack some stuff. And if we find stuff and if we still have time, we're going to hack some more stuff. Sounds like a good plan to everyone? Okay, cool. And of course, we got FAQ, but who cares? So first of all, why do you want to hack yourself? Why do you even care? First of all, to get more secure. Wow. What does it even mean, getting more secure? Let me tell you a little bit, a small story. Raise your hands. Who here has locked themselves out of their front door at one time in their life? Yeah, right? It sucks. So I, of course, at one time, I, of course, locked myself out too. What's happening here? Okay. My new keyboard is acting up, but just an FYI, this is not my actual door. But I locked myself out when I first moved into my new home. And I panicked because I'm like, okay, it's raining because I'm from Germany. It's always raining in Germany. So I locked myself out, and I need to get back in because I'm cold, I'm freezing, I'm young, and I'm unprepared. Great. So I started basically to get into everything that I could and somehow find a way to get in. And believe it or not, I did. I did it without a locksmith. I was able to jam a window open, get into my house, and open the door. So I was really, really excited and really, really happy about that. Right? So as you can see here, really happy. Yay, door's open. But then I started to wonder, if I can get in that so easily, who else, right? Because, okay, this was pretty easy. I just jammed a window open, got in, and all my stuff is there. I was sleeping there. Other people may be sleeping there. That's not really great. So I started to think about how I can secure everything, how I can make my door more sturdy, for example, how I can secure the way that my window opens and stuff like that. That is basically the comparison to why you should hack yourself. Because if you know that there are vulnerabilities at some point, you can fix them. You don't know what you don't know. Pretty easy, right? So that's one part. This is actually not my door, but it's a more secure door. So the key takeaway of this one is you only know what you know. The other reason why you should hack yourself to understand your website better. It's not only about knowing where the vulnerabilities is, but maybe where other stuff lies, how your website functions. It will make you a better coder, it will make you a better entrepreneur, and it will make your website better on its own. So ask yourself the following question. First of all, what is your main goal of your website, right? For example, selling products, publishing information, collecting for a course, everything that you can do with WordPress, because basically with WordPress you can do everything. But ask yourself, what can I do with my website? What's the main goal? And how can people accomplish that? And you figured out, okay, I'm selling a product. I'm selling these lovely t-shirts, for example. People can go in, click on store, select their size, put it in the cart, buy it, we ship it, perfect, everyone is happy, everyone has a nice shirt. So, but how would you not want people to accomplish that? You want them to pay, right? So, you don't want people not to pay for your shit, and you ship it out, and they get it for free. So, for example, if it's possible to manipulate your checkout process and entering a 0 instead of a, I don't know, $12.99 for the shirt, and they still get it checked out and you ship it, that's a loss on your business. So then go in and check what is the security mechanism behind it. For example, in your checkout cart, if it's not possible to manipulate the amount that the people are paying for it, it's great. But maybe it's possible to circumvent that and basically go in and check out different ways to do that. Really play around with it so you can keep your shirt or get the money, right? And if you're trying and if you succeed with it, great. But if you basically succeed with it and can circumvent it, it's personally, in my opinion, even better. I know the slides say otherwise, but my personal opinion is that if you can circumvent your own security mechanisms, you have a way better understanding of your website, of your product, and how hackers think. And that's the main goal of the whole exercise. So the key takeaway here is think like a hacker to secure your business. So, and this is my favorite part. So who here is a coder? Show of hands. Okay. Who here is a project manager? Oh, there we go. And who here is a C-level or runs a business or another higher level manager? Okay, perfect. These people, these 3, 4, 5 people that answered the last question, can you tell me one thing? Would you believe that security is the opposite of speed? Okay, I see some people nodding. I see some people shaking their heads. Okay, let me ask around. What is the opposite, or what is the purpose of brakes on a car? When you drive a car, right? You have brakes. You should have, or you have Flintstones car, but I don't care. So even that has brakes. So what is the purpose of a brake on a car? Just shout it out loud. To stop. To make the car go slower, right? Well, actually, no. So it's the opposite. It's allowing you to go much faster. The reason is, if your car did not have brakes, you would need to be very, very careful while driving, because you need to anticipate every single thing that happens in front of you, besides you, behind you. But if you have brakes, you somehow have the ability to, in unforeseen circumstances, you can brake, you can stop your car, you can exit the car, everything. Without brakes, that won't be possible. So brakes don't slow down your journey, they make everything go faster. So let's take this comparison a little bit. For brakes in the car and security and software development. Okay, brakes on the car, they help prevent accident. Great. Security and software development does the same. It provides safety for everyone involved, of course, right? Horrible things can happen if any of these things fail, because if your brakes fail, okay. If security and software development fails, your t-shirt goes out for free. Not a great thing. So it can be operated by your feet, not really for security and development, and it does not come as a factory default. Of course, we got frameworks, we got WordPress, perfect. There's a lot of security testing ongoing in WordPress, so we have a kind of secure environment, but each minor and major release has security fixes. Same goes for plugins, same goes for hosting, same goes for themes, everything. However, this stuff happens. especially in custom environments. So it's really, really important to understand that once a thing fails, it can break down your whole business, it can break down your whole operation, and it can really slow you down in a matter where your team cannot work because it's basically fixing everything. Or let's take the example ransomware. If you don't have a proper backup system or your backups get encrypted too, your business will be down for a time, unless you pay or you find the description key. So you will lose money, you will lose time and effort, and also people will get really, really, really annoyed with other people because ransomware is a bitch to fix. Okay, that's a lot of talk. So the key takeaway, speed up but not slowing down your overall process. So all three key takeaways together would be, you only know what you know, and only what is known can be fixed, of course. You should think like a hacker, be one step ahead and secure your business, and speed up by not slowing down your overall process. Okay, great. So let's hack some stuff. Who's excited to hack some stuff? Come on, people. Okay, don't get too excited. The reason is, I don't know what's going to happen. So I went outside and asked random people, hey, you have a WordPress website? Most of them said, of course, yes. I said, and cool, do you want to get hacked? And they said, no. I said, okay, but then I found this guy, Ludwig. Ludwig is somewhere here. Yeah, hi, Ludwig. He said, yeah, of course, yeah, try hack me. And I was like, okay, that's going to be fun. So I don't know what's going to happen. I did 3 things in preparation. I don't want to attack his live website, so I created a copy, put it on my own server, and created a subdomain, and everything was moved over. I did not touch a thing. I did the same server config. I did the same WordPress, same database, same version, same plugin version. Everything is the same. Well, Ludwig felt also very confident that we don't find anything. So I do this stuff a lot. I do this stuff daily. And I usually find things. So, Ludwig, you're very confident about security. Let's check out your website first. I already loaded some stuff that I used to hack for websites, because the reason is we don't have that much time. So what you can see here is called Burp Suite. Burp Suite is basically something where you can see all the requests that's happening in an application or in a browser, and it collects all the information. And you can manipulate, you can repeat that information, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. So I'm using this to first analyze the website. So prior to me doing that, there's one great tool out there that I will use in a second. It's called WP Scan. WP Scan was recently, I think about 2 years, acquired by Automatic. It's a great tool to basically scan your own website, or other people's website, don't do that. Scan your own website for security issues and vulnerabilities and plugins, themes, and everything. So I will run that while we're doing our other reconnaissance on that. So just give me a second, need to open a terminal here. Also, I apologize for the clunky, this hacky development thing here, but my keyboard broke, so that was fun. So this is the URL we got from where I basically put in the website from Ludwig. Let's just check if it starts running. Oh, it's going down. Okay. Okay, perfect. It's running. During that time, we would just see what Ludwig's business is all about. Okay, banking. That's nice. Ludwig, you sure about this? Ludwig is gone. Ludwig, this is your website, right? Let's just make sure. Because, okay, it is, that's Ludwig. If you see him, pull him back in, please. So it seems like basically they are a provider for banking solutions. Okay. Okay, got it. So, but there is no actionable banking going on here. Whew. I'm really happy about that. Okay, we can see it's already multilingual. Okay, it's using, I think I know what plugin they are using. Let's check further. I'm just clicking around all this website to get an information or basically get a feeling what are they all about and what they do and what's important for the business, right? Okay, they are also issuing credit cards. Great. And this will be okay. Contact forms are always fun. Oh yeah, perfect. You got a contact form. Okay, but other than that, it's pretty static from what I can see. Okay, it would be a bummer, but that might be boring. But let's check out what WP Scan put out. So as you can see, we run the scan, and it also gives us some, interesting stuff. So we know it runs on Nginx. Robots.txt, there's nothing in there. XML RPC is enabled, which is great for me, because with XML RPC, you can do stuff easier when there's another vulnerability. So the site has must-use plugins. Great. External WP cron, yeah. Oh, it's the newest WordPress version. Good for you. It's not the newest theme version. That's good. So I would just check if there are any vulnerabilities known with this version, basically. Contact form 7. Wow, this is an old one. It's 5.1.1. So, and there's a lot of going on contact form. Okay, what we got here? WordPress SEO. So we got Yoast. Any Yoast people here? Okay, we'll shut up. Yoast is pretty secure, actually, so that's good. There are no config backups. Okay, good. So we found some out-of-date plugins and themes. So what I can do with this information is basically I can check and roam around the internet and try basically to find out if it's possible that there are any vulnerabilities on that. But prior to that, let me just take a step back for a second and explain what we just did. So I ran a WP scanner, which gives me some information that I can later use. In addition, I let Burp Suite basically monitor every connection that I have, that I made, and with the get and with the response. So if I find something interesting, I can try to manipulate that and just see, hey, is it possible to create something that should not happen on this site, right? So, but that's, of course, a lot because we clicked a lot around, but we can later on filter. But right now, what we did is reconnaissance, and I need to do a little bit more reconnaissance. So what I want to know from Ludwig's website is if he has secured his WP admin panel. Yeah, he did. Okay, that's pretty neat. So this is good because on most script kiddies are people that just run scripts instead of doing real hacking. So they download stuff they find on the internet and run it. And of course, a lot of these script kiddies will basically, they can crash your site because they will fire thousands of requests per second, basically a DDoS or DOS attack. And they will do it on the WP admin with basically credential stuffing infos. So what that means is they will try to find a way into your WordPress backend, because if they get a way into the WordPress backend because you use admin as a user and password as a password, they don't need to do any hacking, right? So on that point, there is something else, because what most people forget, even with securing the WP admin, is that you need two things, at least two things, to get access to the WP admin, right? First of all, you need the username. Second of all, you need the password. The password might be hard to guess, but what about the username? So there's an API endpoint in WordPress, in WP JSON, basically. Excuse me?
You've got
Oh, yeah, that is, thank you. This is good info. Yeah, if that happens, that would not be fun, at least not for Ludwig. This is an endpoint, wp-json/wp/version2, so v2/users, which is most of the time not secured. And yep, bingo, we can find basically the name, and this very nice name, or the login, depends on or we can just use the name, it's also fine, of the admin or of other people that used to log in, or everyone that is basically registered on this site. Yeah, and also we found me, because Ludwig created an account for me. So when I got this information as a script kiddie or as an attacker, I have 50% of what I need, right, to do basically an attack on WordPress, because I already got the name, now I only have to guess the password, which might be a little bit hard, granted, but 50% complete, so to speak. Thank you very much. Okay, so WP scan has finished. We found some stuff. I will come back to that in a second. However, I created something. I created some tools to make everything much more easy for me, right? We don't need the WP user finder because I can basically just use this route. But the WP user finder uses additional methods. Because, for example, even if you lock this one down here, you still might have comments, or you still might have blog posts that have names in there, from which I can then go ahead and try to guess or try to get the admin panel user, right? So we don't need that. WP config finder, this is also a great one. Okay, I'm bragging because I wrote this one. But the thing is, people, if they create a backup of their site, or they want to change stuff and they read somewhere, hey, you need to put this in a WP config. What do they always do? Because everyone tells them they create a backup, right? And most of the times, this is WP config .php.backup, but not always. So what I did, I created this small tool, which basically just checks for a lot of stuff. And endpoints that, let me check, that basically checks all kind of endpoints of WP config, right? So it goes in, don't mind the double slash, it doesn't matter, and checks if these PHP files are actually there. Because since the PHP files are usually not named PHP in the end, they get rendered. So, and that's bad, because if your WP config is exposed, doesn't matter how secure WordPress is otherwise. If I get access to the database, if I get access to the source, it doesn't matter. Okay, while this runs, I also have another tool. So I've been doing this for a long time, so I kind of know where the usual suspects are, right? However, that should never, ever stop any one of you who tries to go into business in doing these kind of things. This is, of course, a demonstration, and I'm pressed for time, so I'm doing everything very, very fast. So if you want to talk about this further, I'm always happy to chat by water, beer, whatever. Be here all weekend, so let me know. But that being said, first of all, we did not find any WP config backups. This is good. Thank you, Ludwig. You're kind of secure. He did not come back. Okay. So, and let's check about my vulnerable config finder. So basically what this does, it has a lot of domains and a lot of endpoints, which it basically goes through and tries to exploit stuff, and always uncached, right? So that's why I always add a nonce there. This is basically it. It does not do anything else. But the reason why I needed to do this is basically because I didn't want to do it all by myself by hand. So here we go. Now it runs. So it just runs wave. Whoa! Okay. So this is interesting because WP Scan, of course, I'm using the free version to show you how it is and not using the paid version of WP Scan. So it might not get the results that I expected. However, okay, contact form 7. Oh, unrestricted file upload. Oh, yeah, that's bad. However, in my info, because I get this one a lot, is I need to check if on that page actually is the contact form actually basically has some file upload. I can see it does not, so we can't exploit that. However, Ludwig, you really need to update your plugin. So let's just check what this vulnerability is all about. So I always put my sources in here. Okay, so yeah. As I remember, when there are, for example, many sites that use an upload form with contact form 7 had the possibility to not only upload one file but multiple files. And you could, it filtered out basically some file names that they didn't want because, for example, they don't want to execute PHP, right? So it put a filter in there. Makes sense. However, you can circumvent that. As far as I remember, I am remembering right, this is good. If you use special characters and use Unicode characters, it still got executed. And then you could do upload a file, which basically gave you a web shell or anything that you wanted, and basically go in and do whatever you wanted on that site. So, Ludwig, you're kind of vulnerable to that. But not really because you don't have an upload form, but it's still pretty bad. Okay, the other one, what was that? Backup Buddy. Okay, Backup Buddy is great. The tool is actually really good, and usually you don't find these things unless you really know where to look. Because Backup Buddy only works on the back end of WordPress, so you can't really just go in on the front end and see, hey, is there anything that Backup Buddy might not do. So, however, this one is multiple reflected cross-site scripting stuff. Okay, let's check this out. So which version was it? 8.8.1. Okay, this plugin does not sanitize and escape some parameters before outputting them back in various places. That's the usual stuff that happens with cross-site scripting. So, to everyone who's not that familiar, what is cross-site scripting? Cross-site scripting basically means that as an attacker, I can create a URL with your domain, but with some strings in the URL format. If you click it, for example, JavaScript gets executed, which is fucking great for an attacker because I can send you stuff like, hey, click this link and I got your WordPress session. I can get it back because the JavaScript sends it to my control server, for example. Or click this link and you will download something and execute it. So that is basically cross-site scripting. So what we can see here, that there are multiple there are not multiple ways to do that, but there are multiple versions of it. Okay, since we got 8.81, okay, but it's on the admin side, which is also great because I mean, it's not that great that we can't really exploit it from an attacker perspective without being authenticated, but we can still try and authenticate ourselves, right? So let me just go in here. So Ludwig created an account for me, the good one. So let me just log in here. Funny enough, now, of course, I did not got the auth password because I seem not to have copied it correctly. Okay, that's great. Let me just check my username and password that Ludwig created for me. Oh, dear. That might take a while. In the meantime, feel free to roam around. Okay. Hopefully this works. Bingo, we're in. Okay, cool. So, also, hey man, there are 6 updates, Ludwig. You told me you were secure. Let's check out the updates just while we're here. In the meantime, let me just check out what this was. Since we are above 8.81, we could use this. Okay, got it. So, as we can see in this example here that WP Scan actually provided, basically, this is all we need. We need this string to execute the ladder. So let me just show you how this would look like. So, as you can see, here is a character, which is basically a double quote, which makes sure that basically the URL ends here, right? And the script part begins here. So everything I put afterwards gets executed. Hopefully, because we're not, then I look like an idiot. Okay, let's try. We should see a pop-up. We got it. Perfect. So what does this mean? Right now it just says XXX, which is fine, but I can put in whatever I want here, right? Oh. So everything that I put in here should get executed. It does not. Okay, because it still needs to be escaped here. Bingo. This is good. This is good stuff. So, but what's the harm in that, right? It's just a pop-up. However, this pop-up is only for demonstrational stuff. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to show you what it could get as an attacker. It will, of course, use in a backup. As you can see here, we got the document cookie. If I take this, and this is the browser cookie that I, as Matt Tester, I'm logged in right now. This is my cookie for WordPress. If I take this cookie and send it over with a script to my server, I receive it locally, and then I, okay, as the attacker, can log into WordPress. That's the problem with cross-site scripting. Anyone get me so far? It's totally fine if you don't get it. Raise your hand if I should explain more. I'm totally confident. Yeah, well, good. Okay, perfect. Thanks. Okay, but this is just one example of cross-site scripting. Yes, I have some other stuff that makes it maybe a little bit more clear. For example, I got this one, right? So this renders a whole new, granted pretty ugly, right? A whole new login form. So I can use this one for phishing easily. I can put all the HTML I want in that. I can even include additional scripts. I can include a Stripe script. I can include a PayPal script. I can include everything, a whole website. And I could even include the WordPress login. So the WP admin, I can render it again, put it in the middle, make it beautiful in CSS, center in CSS, however that goes, and people will log in because they think, oh, I got logged out again, my session is done. And they will input everything, and as an attacker, I will have username and password as well. So Ludwig, wherever you may roam right now, you should secure that. Let's see if we have everything else here. How are we on time currently? I'm good? Ah, perfect, nice, okay. So, we got Backup Buddy, we got okay, this is great. So, let's check what Burp Suite has to say for us. Like I said, it captures every request I make in that browser, right? And there is a lot of stuff. For example, if we go to, yeah, I'm just going to filter by script, Flash. Got jQuery, got the DV scripts min. Okay, that's fine as well. But we could also see in the request attributes if there's anything that we can alter that might give us some more access, right? This is all get. There is, of course, no post because we did not post something to the site. This was after I logged in. No, this was after I logged in. But this is a great example as well. So basically, we have the value here from the cookie, right? This is the value that we also got from when we attacked this one here, right? However, I can't do anything with that right now. But just to give you an example what I could do if this was a more vulnerable state of the WordPress website. This cookie I could easily alter by sending it to the repeater, and I have everything in here what I want, right? Including the request cookies. Sometimes I need to go in and alter this cookie. I can input anything I want here, right? So, and if I do that and I still being logged in, or I still get a valid response, I know that I can do cookie manipulation and use that maybe to escalate my privileges. For example, currently I'm logged in as Matt Tester. Maybe Matt Tester wouldn't be an admin. Maybe the only admin would be admin or Ludwig. But I would be a contributor, right? I can then go in and check if that cookie has attributes in it which defines the role that I'm in, right? For example, contributor. Change that to admin. If that works, bingo! So, luckily WordPress is very secure that way. Other plugins for WordPress that uses these kind of things might be not, but in this case we're golden. So, okay, that's good. Let me just check something else here on the site. Where is it? So we got that, we got the login, we had the contact form. The WordPress was up to date, if I recall, right? Let's just was 6.1.1. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, so overall, Ludwig, I know you're not here anymore right now, but overall I would say, yeah, your website is okay-ish secure. So I would need to do either one thing, convince you to put an upload form on your contact form, and that's not going to happen, or I can send you a phishing link, right? A phishing link that I prepared to use the cross-site scripting method and do whatever I want. For example, put in the WP login form, or I will input a cookie session stealer, or any kinds of things. I could even input a keylogger because JavaScript will log every keystroke if I tell them to. So, and doing that, it might be a good idea for you to upgrade your plugins. So, okay, before we move on to the next target, I don't think we have actually time for the next target, but I have something else for you. So, I've worked, prior to my job, I've worked at a managed WordPress hoster. I'm still head of security there. We deal around with about 40, 50,000 WordPress websites a year. So what do you think is the most common way a WordPress website gets hacked? Just shout it out loud. Outdated plugins. Okay, we got outdated plugins. Anyone else? Or themes. Okay, anything else? Brute force, what do you mean by that? Password brute forcing, okay. What else we got? Excuse me? Common usernames, same as brute force, but yeah, what was here? Common path. Excuse me, what? For example, yeah, premium themes are plugins that were downloaded not legally, but from some sites, so you get it for free. There's a raise of hand over there. Outdated PHP. Okay, yeah. Poor configuration of the server, yeah.
Old junk left on, like old things that you haven't touched for 5 years and don't use anymore.
Oh shit, yeah. You see? Crap web host, yeah. Okay, and over there? Can you repeat that, sorry? Unmaintained plugins. Okay, yeah, perfect. So all of them are great, and all of them are true. What do you think is the most common one? Simple passwords is right. Simple admin password is right, because I have seen people using so many security passwords, configuring everything wrong and configure everything right, doing a lot of stuff on their front end, and then use admin password 123. I kid you not. I kid you not. So at one time, at my own company, I went in and I created a script, basically, that went through everything, compared the hashes to most common passwords, and then emailed that user, hey, please change your standard password for everything. Luckily, WordPress already has some great stuff to prevent that, but yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. That was basically my small demonstration. We didn't get thus far, but we had a little fun with it. I hope you enjoyed it. I know hacking is not all that glamorous as movies is trying to tell us to, with blocks building out together, but I still find it fun. Love it. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them now. And also, if you want to chat a little bit more, I'm roaming all around here. I'm the only one here, so I don't have any friends here, so let me make new ones. Okay, thank you very much, y'all. Milan.
Wow. Please don't run off the stage yet, because I have some questions. Like, those scripts that you created, are those open source? Asking for a friend?
Yeah, but no. So the reason is, they will be open source. I'm still combining them into one huge script, so you can just run it on your WordPress website or on your local computer to check everything if your WordPress website is secure. Should be done by the end of the month. So then it will be open source. And yeah, I will also post about it on my website. I should do more self-promotion. I don't know. So
no, joking aside, thank you. But how can people test the vulnerabilities locally? If you want to test before you actually put it on production?
Yeah, so my suggestion would be to always put it somewhere on production, right? Because as many of you said, crappy web host and misconfigured server is also a vulnerability. You could test it locally, but you need to set up a whole local server and stuff like that. So personally, I would set it up with the host that you trust and attack it there. That's what I did.
Do we have questions from the audience? Other than asking Matt to open source his scripts?
Okay, oh, we got one there.
Yeah,
okay.
We got Mike there.
Oh, we don't.
Oh,
oh no, okay.
There it is. There it is.
Hey.
Hi.
Thank you. What do you think about like Malcare or Sucuri and all those like services, you know, security as a service?
They're great, actually. So if you would have asked me this a few years ago, they did the basics a few years ago, but they evolved to really powerful tools. Especially Sucuri is great. There are a lot of security tools that even if you were to log in and test this XSS script out, it would filter that so it wouldn't execute. So there's a lot of great stuff going on. However, that being said, you should always think about configuring it correctly. Just installing it won't help. You need a person, you need people that actually know what they're doing and why they're doing stuff, especially if you have your bigger WordPress application. But personally, I think they are a huge help. Yeah.
We have a question over there. Oh, we have more. And then you're next, I promise.
Okay. So I have a question about XSS.
Yeah.
How do you intercept a request for maybe a contact form or anything? I mean, like if I have 10 forms in my website and I want to make sure they work and they prevent the XSS attack. Do you have any suite or tool like Burp Suite or anything that you recommend?
Burp Suite is free. Okay. Absolutely, you can use Burp Suite. You could also just use your browser console, right? You can just use the browser console, right-click it. That is basically considered hacking, by the way, by US laws. If you right-click something, look at the source code. I kid you not, there was a whole thing. You just click on the source code, right-click, and basically try out some common XSS scripts and payloads. Yeah.
Nice. So we have one question in the back here, and then we go to your question, okay? Let's just make sure that yeah.
I was just wondering if you recommend multiple levels of security, for example, a 7G firewall on the server, DNS level firewall, Cloudflare, something like that, also a firewall plugin. Do you double and triple down, just one, some combination? What do you recommend?
So every layer, every network layer needs to be secured. And usually only one thing is enough. So if we go it by, let's go by the lowest layer, we're gonna secure DNS, for example. If we secure DNS via, for example, via CDN, like Cloudflare or a WAF, that's great. Then you go in and secure your servers properly. So, and also use a lot of tools just to block out malicious requests. And then, of course, you need to go in and configure PHP properly and maybe do some configurations. When we are talking about WordPress, for example, that PHP code cannot be executed in the WP content folder. That would help a lot, right? There's a lot of little things that these tools can do. And then you go in and install stuff like security or other firewalls that secure it. But every layer needs to be secured. I would never, ever put two products on one layer because they will crash together, at least in the current state. Hope that helps. Perfect.
Nice. So we have a question over here, and you'll be the last question.
Okay. My first question is WP scan is enough for scanning the security vulnerability, and is there any other tools that I can scan my site?
So WP scan, if you install it on your WordPress website, I guess you get 25 scans free. I don't really know, for free. It does a lot. Of course, it's not an overall solution because it's the same with script kiddies. They just download stuff and test by known vulnerabilities or by known stuff, but it's only a machine. If a real hacker comes in and they have a completely different view of how things should or shouldn't work. I personally know that you don't want to buy the shirt for €0. You want to pay, I know that, right? But a machine doesn't know that. So it can only circumvent what it knows, right? And the context matters. And the context is lacking with scanning tools. So WP Scan can tell you a lot about your version and if there are vulnerabilities in your stuff, but it doesn't really scan basically the code that you wrote. For that, you need humans. So WP Scan works. I would recommend then using WAF, so Web Application Firewall or security or stuff like that. A CDN, for example, from Cloudflare. Most of this is that I just telling you all are free. Security, I don't think so. And also, and this is most important, conduct regular tests. Hack yourself, try it, or let other people try it.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. For example, I developed a plugin XYZ, and I want to ensure that there is no vulnerability in my plugin. So do you suggest any tool to scan, especially for the plugin files?
So there's these things called vulnerability disclosure programs, where basically every person in the world can test plugins, right? Or can test a website. And they are free. So you just register on, just Google it, search for it on the internet, vulnerability disclosure programs, and you can input basically that, right? Okay. Your plugin, so that it can be tested. And a lot of people over the world will go in and test it. Also, you can request it via the WordPress Make security team, and I'm part of that, will test it as well. Thank you very much.
Nice. And the last question, please.
Hi. So I want to ask about what you demoed just now. So you were showing us the WP JSON with the users endpoint, shows us a list of users. So I have two questions related to that. So question one is, how do we prevent that? I suppose there's some piece of code we can put in to prevent that from showing up. Yeah. So, and then question number two, should that be something that is put into WP Core? Yeah, why is it not being
because
handled in?
it's an API, right? This is just basically an API endpoint that other tools use. So I'm answering the second question first, sorry. And you need to restrict it if you don't want it. Basically, that's your job. And you can do that, right? Is it me? Okay, it's not me. It's not me. So great. And what you can do is you can basically disconnect it via the functions PHP. There's a lot of code online. I can show you some later. Or there are plugins for it. Almost every security plugin does it for you. Okay.
Nice. Wow, Matt, thank you so much. Huge round of applause for Matt.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a longer now break for a full hour. Lunch, yeah, lunch will be served at hall next to the track number 1. So please have your coupons ready. Enjoy it, and gonna be served until 2. On this track, we continue in like an hour talking about the Gutenberg.
I don't know whether this clapping was for the music or for me entering, but I'm glad that you guys are actually clapping. And this should be the energy all throughout. So how many of you have had your lunch? Wow, we got a lot of sleepy people out here or content people out here, but I'm going to really have, I'm going to be actually, you know, we want every one of you to actually be engaged because the speakers that are coming up are really, really nice and they're like, you know, have amazing sessions. So, hello everyone, by the way. Oh my God, that is so bland. Hello everyone. Hello. That's better. Okay, so we have the first speaker coming up. I'm going to be just reading the intro because, you know, it's actually a long intro he gave us, you know. So Rahi Prajapati is the name of our speaker who's coming up. He was introduced to WordPress during his college days, and while he was looking for a blogging platform. How many of you are doing blogging on WordPress? Great, this session is all yours. Okay, so he had really less interaction on WordPress during his time as a user, and later on he got into the WordPress development when he joined his first company, RT Camps. Did you see the booth out there of RT Camps? Great, great. He had an idea that he wanted to share with the community, and that's what his talk is all about. So can we please give a great round of applause for Rahi Prajapati? A great round of applause, I said. Rahi, the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Ashutosh. That was quite an introduction. Even I felt a bit special about myself. Right, so very good afternoon to everybody sitting in this hall and also to folks who might be watching us on a streaming platform. I am Rahi Prajapati, and I currently work as an engineering manager for RTCamp. I am not a designer. Based on the title, you could be misled that I might be a designer, but I have a developer background. So everybody is fueled up, everybody is energized, everybody's tummies are full, yeah? Yes. Very good. Because we have quite an interesting topic here, so I hope you are not feeling sleepy, right? Getting your designer ready for Gutenberg. So we'll get started. I have cut down the session into 3 questions. One of the first question you might be having while sitting here is, who is the intended audience for this presentation or for this session, right? Like, who could benefit the most out of this presentation? The second question you might have is, why exactly do you need to get your designer ready for Gutenberg? Since when designers need to worry about Gutenberg or where the designs are being implemented, right? And the last question, how exactly do you do it? If I am able to convince you through the second question, we will move to the third question, that is how exactly we do it. We will go through a few pointers that are more relevant for the designers to make their job easier and to help them with creating something I call as Gutenberg compatible designs or Gutenberg efficient designs, right? So let's get started with the very first question. Who is the intended audience of this presentation? So based on the title, you might feel that this may only be relevant for the designers because it quite literally says in the title that getting your designer ready for Gutenberg, and it doesn't say getting everybody ready for Gutenberg. Right, so before I agree or disagree to that, can I know how many designers do we have in here? Can you please raise your hands? Okay. All right, not as many as I had thought. So yeah, maybe this is for everybody. Okay, jokes aside, I actually mean it. This is for everybody because even aside from being a developer, I believe you will get a different perspective about Gutenberg and the designs that we are creating for Gutenberg. All right. So on to the second question, why exactly do we need to worry about getting our designer ready for Gutenberg? Maybe because I'm a developer and I want to do less work. I want my designers to do more work, right? So Gutenberg, as you all know, Gutenberg is the future for sure. Right outside there is a booth from ThemeSpark. Shout out to ThemeSpark. They have this very introduction poll where they are collecting votes for who is using what between Classic Editor and Gutenberg block editor, right? And I saw that the block editor one was completely filled with the votes, red dots, compared to the Gutenberg, the Classic Editor had very less votes, right? So that made me very happy because it's in line with what I'm pitching here, right? So yeah, Gutenberg is the future here. And also with the introduction of the site editor, this becomes even more relevant because now everything on your website is a block. And during my career, I have worked on quite some projects where I was supposed to implement a design and in Gutenberg. So while working on that, I always felt that maybe if this little element had been designed slightly differently, it could have reduced a lot of effort, right? So that's the motivation behind this presentation. So we talked about the efforts in a project. So those efforts were mainly of two kinds. First one being extending the core Gutenberg itself. By this, I'm referring to adding any additional settings to the core blocks. And the second one was creating or doing custom work in Gutenberg, right? By this, I'm referring to creating custom blocks or custom block patterns entirely from scratch, right? So what we are trying to do here is we are trying to cut down those efforts by creating Gutenberg compatible designs that are much easier to implement in Gutenberg. And also, this results in better user experience because the designs you will create will eventually have very less cluttered dashboard in the Gutenberg editor. So it also results in the better user experience. So as a designer, you are making impact in the designing phase, you are helping in the development phase, and you are also helping in the end product to the end users. Right, so that's the motivation behind this presentation. On to the next question. So main question, since you all are here, I'm assuming that you all have this question. How exactly we do it? How exactly we get our designer ready for Gutenberg? What are the things that need to be considered while creating designs that can create Gutenberg efficient designs, right? So we will learn about a few constructs and properties about Gutenberg, and then we will also go through a few concepts that are in Gutenberg that I think are relevant for this session, because I believe having an understanding about those topics will hugely benefit the designers, right? So do not worry about these four. We will go through all of them one by one. So on to the first one, componentized nature and reusability in Gutenberg. So Gutenberg has this componentized nature. By that I mean Gutenberg pages are created using a unit or uniform element, the smallest atomic element called block, right? All entire Gutenberg layouts are created using blocks. You can move around the blocks, you can reuse the blocks, so same block can be used at multiple places, and it can behave the same. So we will go through that as well, how these layouts are created in Gutenberg. So we will see an example of a hero section of a site. So I will first try and break this down for you, how you can create this layout in Gutenberg, right? You could make use of the columns block for breaking this whole layout into two sections from the middle. From the on the right column, you could just simply add an image block, and on the left side, you could add heading, a paragraph, and two hyperlinked images, right? So just talks. I also have the demo of me actually doing this. So yeah, as you can see, I have the hyperlinked images already present. I add the heading block. I will copy paste the text in the paragraph. And I select the image on the right side. So the motive behind this is it's important to understand what is easily achievable in Gutenberg without doing any custom development work, right? As a designer, you could create designs that are very easily achievable or that can be very easily created in Gutenberg without requiring any custom development work. And the second reason is you also get an idea about Gutenberg, so how the designs that you created will be actually implemented in Gutenberg by the user or by the developers. So that was quite an easy layout that we achieved using Gutenberg core blocks. Now we will see another example of a hero section of a website, right? As you can see, here we have these images stretching out of the container. Now this kind of layout is quite difficult to achieve using only the core blocks, or it's almost impossible to achieve. And even if you are able to like hack around your way and make use of a bunch of group blocks and cover blocks, and even if you achieve this layout, that's not the user experience we want end users to have. That's not the user experience we want our users to have with Gutenberg, right? So yeah, so from the componentized nature and reusability, we understood that it's not only about creating layouts that are easily achievable, but it's also important to understand which kind of the designs that will be a bit difficult to achieve using only core blocks and without requiring any custom or extra additional engineering work, right? So on to the next concept in Gutenberg, block styles. So in simplest terms, block styles is a different version of the same block, but the different version in terms of only the visuals. The content remains the same, right? So I will show this with an example of the core image block, right? As you can see, the image block has two block styles. One is the default and second one is the rounded one. So as you can see, while I'm toggling between these two block styles, the first one has sharp edges, and second one, the rounded block style, has rounded edges. So with block styles, you cannot change entire image. You cannot have a different image. So as I said, the content remains the same, but only the visual changes, right? Let's understand this with one more example of a core block, which is social icons. So this one has three block styles: default, logos only, and peel shape. As you can see, it just changes the visuals. You can style the block differently using block style, but you do not directly change the content of a block. Right. So the takeaway of understanding this concept of block style is, instead of creating two separate custom blocks, let's say if I wanted to, if I had designed one section of social icons at two different places. At one place, maybe I have all of these icons, and at second place, maybe I have only 3 of them, and maybe I could have a different order. I might have placed a different order of the icons in the second place. So that would likely make the developer create 2 separate custom blocks instead of one single custom block, and which has 2 different block styles. Right? So with block styles, what you are doing is you are reducing the custom engineering efforts, and you're also creating a much better user experience, because having to search through all of the blocks and having 2 different blocks for the same purpose is not a great user experience compared to having a single block which has 2 different block styles and just toggling between them. Right? So onto the next concept. Sorry, not next concept. We will see one more example for the same block styles. Let's say, as a designer, you want to create testimonial section on a website, right? So you have same testimonial section on 2 different pages. On one page, maybe you want it to look a certain way, and based on the design requirements. On the other one, you want it to look a different way. So maybe on the first one, you have created it this way, you have designed it this way. It's a slider, it's a carousel. You can scroll through the different testimonials. And on the other one, maybe you have decided to just create a 3-column layout for the testimonials, right? So maybe you might have thought that since I said that block styles have the same data and different visual representation, this might be a good fit for block styles. But that's not really the case, because achieving this layout using block styles would be difficult, because there will be JavaScript involved in the first one, which is a carousel. So as a designer, how do you identify this kind of edge cases? How do you decide when would it be possible using block styles, and when would it not be possible using block styles? Because you do not understand any of the coding, so you will not know how this will be implemented. So one simple suggestion I would give is try and not have many differences between 2 versions in terms of interactivity, how user interacts with the block, and in terms of different elements. You can reorganize elements, but try and keep them safe, keep them same. All right, so on to the next concept of Gutenberg, which is block patterns. Right, so in simple terms, block patterns are nothing but a bunch of blocks grouped together, and we make them available as a single entity for the user. In the previous slides, we saw that we were creating a layout using the blocks, inserting one block after the other manually. So instead of that, what you could do is you could create a block pattern, and you could create a block pattern named hero section, maybe, and that whole block pattern would be available for the user. So with a single click, user will be able to add all of the blocks automatically inserted into the content. Right, so we'll see an example of block patterns. Yeah, as you can see, on the left-hand side, we have a bunch of block patterns available for me. And out of those, I am selecting this one. So on a single click, I have all of these elements or blocks inserted into the layout, instead of me having to go through different blocks, toggling between different settings to adjust the width and everything. I just have one single click and everything is there for you. Right? So as a designer, maybe if you knew about block patterns, what you could do is you could break down your design into different block patterns, and you could help identify your developer that this is how you have created the design, and this could be a block pattern. So that would also result in a better user experience. Right, so on to the next concept, style guide and the theme.json file. So we designers, sorry, not we designer. I'm not a designer. Sorry. So designers create these style guides for the developer to easily understand what's going on, right? It has different color palettes. It may have different fonts, typography. So in Gutenberg, there's this concept of theme.json file. It's a JSON file, it's a JSON configuration file using which you could control various aspects of your website. It controls site editor and block editor controls, which are the settings that are available to the user and which are the color palette or which are the colors that are available for the user. So you can control those things using this theme.json file. So what you could do is you could, in your style guide, help your developer with all of this color palette. You could help them with the typography, and you could also help them with the spacing presets. So one of the things that are there in theme.json file is you need to name the colors, you need to name the spacing, right? So since you have created the design, you better know which color holds what importance in the design, right? Which is the primary color, which is the secondary color, which is the accent color. So in the design itself, if you provide with this information, it would be very easy to implement this in the theme.json file. And this would also, the developer would also be able to easily implement this, and the end user also. So as a designer, basically you are able to control what the end user gets in terms of which are the colors that are available, in terms of which are the different spacing presets that are available. So you kind of control the website's visual, or you kind of restrict in a good way. Right? You kind of restrict the user, so there is uniformity on the website's visuals. So yeah, that will be it. Thank you so much. If anybody has any questions or thoughts, please let me know. Thank you. Oops, I guess I messed up big time. Nobody understood anything, or everybody understood everything? It was so simple and well done. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for asking a question.
Yeah, so there are some very good examples there of features in the block editor that are design friendly. Do you have any examples of features that might not be so design friendly, or should I say maybe of features that could help designers even more?
Yes, so from all of the features that are already available, I guess I have already picked which are most relevant for the designers. So yeah, these are the features. Other than this, there are obviously different features like reusable blocks, but that may not be directly relevant to the design. It's more of a user experience thing. I hope that answers your question. Anybody else?
Hello. What are your thoughts on using page builders for designers?
Yes, so like, do you wish to directly use page builders for creating the layouts?
Basically, for designers, especially, they have hesitations with the limitation of Gutenberg. Like, is there a specific guide when to use page builders or use directly Gutenberg? Or in this case, do we encourage the use of Gutenberg, and then up to which point that we use page builders? Or is it a good idea to use page builders in all the pages instead?
Yes, so Very good question, because a lot of people have this question that whether to use the Gutenberg or any other page builder. So I would 100% recommend using Gutenberg because it's part of the core and it has amazing features. It provides great extensibility. It's very easy to extend the editor and provide tailored experience to the user. Two, in the next phases, in the upcoming phases of Gutenberg, we will have different abilities like multi-collaborative ability, where multiple users could collaborate with each other on the same page, right? So, yeah, I would definitely recommend. And then again, it depends on your needs, on your design needs. So, yeah. If a page builder satisfies all of your needs, still I would recommend Gutenberg because of the performance and other additional effects. So yeah. Cool.
Hey.
Hi, Abhijit.
Hi, Rai.
He's my colleague, by the way.
So slightly off topic, but what is the difference between block patterns and blocks?
Block patterns and blocks. Yeah. So blocks are the atomic element in the block editor. You insert one block after the other, right? You construct the layouts that way. And block patterns is those blocks grouped together in a single entity, right? So as I showed in one of the examples, if you want your users to have a similar pattern, maybe reused at multiple places, you could create a block pattern out of it. So what that does is it helps the users with, it reduces the time of creating the layout. It reduces the hassle of creating the layout manually. So if you were to manually create a layout, you would have to insert each block one after the other, and you would have to adjust the colors, you would have to adjust the spacing and everything. Instead of that, you could create a block pattern, and on a single click, everything would be done. So yeah, those are the block patterns. Anybody else?
Thank you, Rahi. So it seems we do not have any more questions. I would like to thank Rahi, and could we have a round of applause for Rahi?
Thank
you. It was an amazing presentation. Rahi has spoken about how Gutenberg could help, and at the same time in a very easy way. Thank you, Rahi, for your sessions. Thank you. We'll be back in 2:20. We actually finished in few small time, and we will start in 2:20. Our first session will be with Bhavesh. He will be speaking about creating result focused design solution. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
It's done. Thank you so much, folks. And if you wish to connect or talk to me, these are my social handles. And yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. No, I was just wanting to. Rahi, can we have you on stage for 1 sec? Hold this one. We just wanted to give you a souvenir to actually, token of appreciation of us. Thank you so much. Oh, you wanted a photo? Just come here. Let's just have a photo. See, people are learning. At least they're clapping for me now. I'm so happy. Okay, what did you guys do at the break time? How many of you went for tea? How many went for juices? How many did nothing? What are you guys doing? You should just go out and enjoy the whole thing. This is all for you. All right. So the next speaker that we have is going to talk about a really amazing thing that everybody likes, which is results. So Bhavesh is a CRO consultant, and one of his clients, he gave a really good result to them. And that's the experience that he wants to share with us. He started WordPress in the year 2007 when he wanted somebody, he just wanted to create a website without the help of a developer. And that's where WordPress comes in. You've been hearing this all throughout, that the first time people started using WordPress was when they just did not have a developer, they wanted to just start. And that's what WordPress is all about. So I would like to call on stage Bhavesh so that he can share his experience. And we just want, what do we do when we have a speaker coming up? Louder. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Bhavesh, and today I'm going to talk about result-focused design solutions. So how many of you are here are developers basically, or business owners? Quite a lot. How many of you are designers? Good thing. We have less number of designers and more of developers here, and this is exactly going to help you, right? So most of the times we kind of create it ourselves, like we don't need designers, etc. And that's where this will really help you. So this is the result that one of our clients recently got, and this was like immediate result for them. So like before that, they were doing Facebook ads, they had funnels and everything, but it was not really working nicely for them. But the thing that you see on the top was the instant. So this is a kind of a spreadsheet where you are seeing the revenue per day for them, that they were getting before. And after making few design changes and some of the changes in the funnel, they instantly see the revenue spike. So that's kind of a impressive jump over there, right? So there are things that kind of you see in from daily life. You might read that in an article, etc. But this is where I was actually able to implement that and see the immediate result. So even though it might sound generic, this is what you can implement, and it will really help you. So we will see one by one, what the result-focused design solutions are, and then how you can use that into your business, right? So and the problem, is like most of the web pages and landing pages, or even the backend, are like kind of designed to impress. When a developer is doing that, if they either they don't focus on the design. When they start focusing on the design, they kind of start to either impress or no goals, or they want to stuff everything onto one page. So they have like usually I recommend we can focus on one thing, and they say no, this is also important and that is also important, and we want them to do this also and that also. So they end up not focusing on anything, and the result doesn't come for them, right? So or they are not following the best practices, and the problem comes when developers and founders have their own opinion, right? They have no backing for that, no logic for that, but they prefer certain colors or certain fonts or something, and they kind of bring that opinion into the thing and not optimizing the entire journey. So for example, if you are creating a landing page, all your focus is on one thing. So we'll look into this one after another, and then we'll kind of go to the solution. So the common mistakes we have already seen. Sorry. So what is it, and why does it matter, right? So result-focused design is like created with predefined end goal, and everything on that page supports that goal. So if you are, let us take an example of a landing page. Like if you are creating one thing, you need to first of all define like what do I want to do on this particular page. This particular page, when a user visits this, when he's done by the with the page, by the end of that page, what I want him to achieve, right? So if you have that set goal, right, you can, and the importance here is like if you really nail this down, you can have increased conversation. Increased conversion basically means increased revenue. It helps you achieve your business goals. Whatever, like if you are not looking for increased revenue, you might want some additional leads, or like you want additional signups or emails or whatever. And if you are looking for, like to design the back-end part of the thing, in that case, you want the user to achieve a certain task, like you want him to be able to complete some certain things, right? So that's where that can really help. Let's see how to do it right, okay? So these are the generic tips, but again, this worked for that particular client. It helped them increase their revenue. If you implement this, it will also help you increase your revenue. So, we now have an example, result for us. We have a proof for that. So start with the end goal. Like I said, by the end of the page, when he's done with the page, what do you want him to do? Like, do you want him to buy something, right? Then all your focus should be on that. And whatever doesn't help with that, right, you can probably remove that. I've seen one of my client, I was, we were creating the page and they were like, I want to highlight this documentation and that documentation, the relevant products and all. I was like, okay, let him purchase this particular product first. If he purchases this, then he's going to kind of, purchase the additional product. If he's not buying this product, he's not going to buy the next one either, right? So start with the end goal. If you have, one particular goal, users will kind of, achieve that, and then they'll be achieving the next thing. One page, one goal, we talked about. Evaluate your data. So the client that we were working with were focused on, like so much of Facebook ad revenue, and they were like, we do the ads right, and it will work for us, and it was working for them. And we evaluated the data, and we looked at, okay, you have created this page, but 50% of your clients are coming via mobile design, okay? So they are visiting your site on the mobile, and you haven't even optimized the page for the mobile, right? So we focused on, we saw the data, and because of the data, we were able to figure out like, okay, this is where the users are going, and then we kind of, improved the page, kind of, make it mobile friendly, and that also helped us, in increasing the revenue immediately, because now the users on the mobile was having better experience, and a result, and they were, be able to purchase the thing. Evaluate the copy again. Copy is, as a designer, what happens, like we design the page and then the copy is kind of added later, okay? This never works out because you needed to define your journey earlier, right? If you define the journey, you will know, like, this is what exactly I need to talk to the user. And based on that design, the designer should be creating the design, not the other way around. Like, we create the design first and then you will fit in the copy. Sometime your designer will also say, like, trim this copy a little bit. You should not be doing that, right? You should be defining your copy first, okay? Evaluate your copy. This is what I need to tell to the user, and then create the design around. Address all their concerns, right? So there are two kind of frameworks for landing pages, AIDA, PAS. So it is kind of, like you grab the attention of the user first. Sorry. So you grab the attention of the user first, and then, you get them interested, you kind of create the desire for them, and then you ask them to take action, right? So this is one framework of, creating copy for this. Another one is PAS, which is basically problem, agitate, and solution. So probably this is the framework you can use when you are kind of, creating the landing page. Use social proof as much as you can. So I have seen this, like users do testimonials. We simply kind of throw some testimonials, some statistics, this and that. And that kind of, doesn't really work out. In my opinion, testimonial is the best thing that you can use on the page, but you need to do it right. So with testimonials, what we do is like whatever the customer has said to us, we kind of, simply paste it on the page. Instead, this testimonial could be used as a great copywriting tool, right? So instead of us telling them, if some end user is telling them, like we also do kind of check the Amazon reviews before we are buying the products. Basically, we are kind of confirming with the other users, like, whether I should be buying this product or not. So if you use that copy to address that their kind of concerns or whatever, right? I think they can, utilize it better, and testimonials can really help you convert the users into a buying user. Right? Images could be magical. This is kind of, instead of using stock images, you can probably create and show some screenshots, which is kind of real, and it really helps them. Or a video maybe, but again, not a video that kind of a generic. You can show a video which really helps the users see the end result, like whatever they want to achieve, and then it could help you. And at the end of the page, you should have a powerful CTA, of course, right, which asks for the sale. So that the study buyer psychology, again, this will help you understand the end user perspective, and based on that, you will kind of, if you don't end up implementing it yourselves, at least you will agree with your consultant or designer or something, right? And finally, you need to experience what the user are experiencing. So as a developer, you might be checking your mobile responsiveness onto desktop, which is fine, but the pages don't exactly behave like that. On mobile version, if you experience it in mobile, it will behave a little bit differently. Your typography will look a bit different. Experience will be different, right? So if you experience it that, you will be able to spot problems, and if you fix that problems, it will help your end user, and as a result, you will have a better sale. So again, this is kind of summary of that. It's easy basically, right? You start with the goal. You try to follow one page, one goal. Analyze your data, experiment, and I think that will really help you improve the landing page or customer experience. If they have a better experience, you will have better sales, and better sale, everybody is happy. So thank you. My name is Bhavesh, and thanks for listening to me.
Okay. It's good to hear about a CRO experience and a token of appreciation from us.
Thank you.
All right, so for our next talk, how many of you are somebody who put a lot of images on the website? Like galleries, anything, whatever it is. Lots of you, okay. Cool. So Adam Silverstein has been working with Google as a developer's relationship engineer. And he's going to talk about, he's a core committer on WordPress. When I say core committer, he's the one who actually takes care of all the bug rectification of WordPress. So anytime you see no bugs, it's him. So you got to just, thank him. So can we thank him and have him on stage? He's going to talk about the images of today, the past, present, and the future. So huge round of applause, guys. He's already here.
Awesome. Is this working? Everyone can hear me? All right, look, I even got a title slide. Just look the red. Just look that, yeah. All right. There it is. Cool. I'm going to talk very quickly about images on the web, past, present, and future. This is going to be kind of a history of images on the web. So kind of looking at three phases, or two phases, the legacy formats that we're all familiar with, like GIF and JPEG and PNG, and then the more modern formats that are newer, that are coming, or that have been around for a little bit, like WebP and AVIF and JPEG XL. And we're going to get into what's the pros and cons of all these image formats. So we're going to start with the legacy formats. By the way, kudos to Imagen, our internal image generating tool at Google, similar to like Stable Diffusion. So all these images I just made by typing in fun phrases. So thanks to that. The JPEG format, or the GIF format is 35 years old, which is pretty amazing. It's been around for 35 years. Before that, we just had like ASCII images on the web. I don't remember those. But GIF came around. It's supported everywhere. You can use a GIF pretty much anywhere you can use an image. It has animation. That was very exciting when it came to the web with animation. And it has transparency. So you could put a GIF image over a background. Pretty nice feature. And it has lossless compression. So the images that you get are a little bit smaller than what you start with, and when you decompress them, they're lossless. They don't lose any information. They're exactly what you started with. Pretty nice. But it had a limited palette, 256 colors. I remember a lot of dithering to try to overcome that, but it is a limitation of the format. And the compression had issues. When it first came out, there were licensing issues. The underlying compression algorithms were owned by large corporations, and the free software movement was hesitant to adopt GIF for this reason. Also, no one knows how to pronounce it. Is it GIF? Is it GIF? I'm using GIF, but you can, I don't know, keep arguing about it after the talk. And finally, these are the downsides. By the red is down, the lower ones, these are good things. Animation, I'm really not sure that's the best thing for an image format. We have these, like, this kind of thing appeared all over the web. And honestly, animation in an image format is probably not the best. Probably should just be using a video format for that kind of thing. Then along came JPEG. 30 years ago. Wow, this is like a long time ago in my mind. It's supported everywhere, right? I mean, you can use a JPEG anywhere you can use an image. It's got lossy compression. This is pretty significant because now you can take an image and compress it down to 10 times smaller than you started with, and then when you decompress it, you get something that's it's not exactly the original, but it's very close to the original. That's the lossy part of it. You lose some information. It's also variable, right? You can choose what compression level you want. You want a really high quality image, you choose 95. If you want a small image, you can choose 40. And you'll get a little bit less quality, but much smaller file size. So this is an innovation of JPEG. It also offered up to 10 times size reduction, like I mentioned, and also full and accurate color. So unlike GIF, now you had color profiles and full 24-bit color. It has progressive decoding, which is a really cool thing. You probably have seen where JPEG images kind of start out blurry and then the details come in. So even as the page is loading, you can get a sense of what that image is going to look like before it loads. It's 30 years old. This is a downside. Compression has improved a lot since then. We've been really working on compression, video compression, and newer image formats, as we'll see, do a much better job at compression. Also, progressive decoding is great, but we actually don't get progressive decoding in WordPress because the backend that handles image recompression when you upload your image to WordPress is going to be either libgd or Imagic, the two libraries that PHP uses, neither of which supports the progressive decoding. So we actually don't get to benefit from this in WordPress. Then along came SVG. SVG is 21 years old. It's very widely supported. You can use it almost everywhere. It's got images that scale, right? It's vectors, so it can scale to any resolution. That's a pretty amazing feature. It's very, very efficient for illustration type images, much more efficient than the raster formats. And you can style it with CSS, which is amazing. You can add colors or overlays. You can do rotation, all kinds of cool things you can do with SVGs that really don't work as well with regular images. It's also scriptable and interactive. You can put JavaScript right inside an SVG and have it be interactive. That's amazing for an image format, right? Actually, no, that's not great. Because it's scriptable, that means it's also insecure. Someone can put a malicious script inside an SVG file, you upload it to your website, and then visitors to your website are going to get infected by a virus. Like, not quite that simple, but for that reason, we don't support SVG to this day in WordPress core. If you want to use SVG in core, you have to get a plugin, something to let you do that. So it's really only suitable for certain images, and you have to be careful about how you use it. Then along came PNG 15 years ago, relatively recent as image formats go. It's supported everywhere. It's really a successor to the GIF format. This was the licensing concern that I talked about. This was intended to replace GIF and also overcome some of its limitations, right? So it had full and accurate color. It also introduced this concept of alpha channel transparency, where the transparency wasn't just pixels that were on and off, but the pixels could have a variable level of transparency. And this allows PNGs to have a smooth edge when you place them over a background, which is different than how GIFs were. They were always kind of very blocky at the edges. It doesn't support animation. I'm not sure if that's really a negative, even though I have it in the negative column here. It only has the lossless compression, so no lossy compression like JPEG, unfortunately. And now I'm going to take a little side tour to talk, before we talk about the modern image formats, to talk about how to think about image quality. So these are two images that are compressed with JPEG. One of them is compressed at a very high quality level and one at a very low quality level. Can anyone tell the difference? No, you can't tell the difference because up here on this slide, it's been recompressed, it's displayed at a resolution where you can't see the difference, and it's very hard in general to tell the difference unless you look very closely. If we were to zoom into some of the very fine details, you could tell that the one on the left is 1 megabyte, 90 quality. The one on the right is quality of 40. It's 70% smaller, the file size. But part of the point here is what I'm showing you is The file size you need, the quality you need, depends on the context that you're going to be showing the image in. If the image is going to be a small image, a thumbnail image, it can probably be compressed to a much smaller size. If you're a photographer and you want to show your images at full resolution, you probably want to use a much higher quality. So the context that you use your images in matters. How do you know which image looks better? Well, you can use an algorithm. There's all kinds of algorithms like DSSim that compare the structural similarity of an image to the original and give you a numeric number. It's a 7, it's a 10, it's a 9. You can also put humans in front of images and ask them, just like we're doing over in the Google booth, by the way. You can come play my little image game. And you can ask people, which image looks more similar to the original? And if you do this enough over and over again, you actually gather data and you can figure out what quality you need to use to meet human perception, which is different than algorithmic perception. So in the end, you do this study, you get a bunch of data, whether it's from an algorithm or people, and you wind up with a chart like this that tells you at a given file size or compression level, what's the quality of the image. And this one here is comparing the WebP format to the JPEG format. And what this chart shows you, because the red line is always to the left and above the blue line, is that for a given size, the quality of WebP is better. As you get up into higher qualities, that difference disappears. That's what the chart is showing us. So let's talk about the modern formats, and then you'll see why I was talking about the quality. We've got WebP. I love this image with the goat. It's 12 years old, so it's actually it's been around for a while. It's pretty much supported everywhere. So every browser supports it. You can use WebPs almost everywhere. You can use JPEGs. It's got lossless and lossy compression. So that is a pretty significant thing. This is the first format that offered both of those, right? Before, if you wanted lossy, you had to use JPEG. Lossless, you chose another format. Now this format actually has both. It has animation and alpha transparency, again, combining features that previously only different formats had. So now you can have an image that's lossy, but also has alpha transparency. So it can be much smaller than an equivalent PNG file would be. It's got the full and accurate color of JPEGs with the color profiles and high color. And it's also fast at decoding. So this is important, and you'll see why on the next couple slides. That means when the browser gets the image and it has to decompress it, it's relatively quick for it to do so. It is a little bit slower at encoding, though. So when you upload images and you want to compress them into the WebP format, that takes more work on the server than doing the JPEG compression. And there are some support coverage gaps, especially once you download a WebP image and start to use it in a non-web context. Like if you try to upload it to another service, you may find that WebP doesn't work there. And that's a concern for some users. Then we move on to AVIF. AVIF is 3 years old, so really brand new and still evolving, right? These formats are not static. The tooling that drives them, like the libraries, are constantly being updated and improved. But AVIF is very modern. It is well supported and growing. Safari recently announced support, so that'll be across iOS, macOS devices. I think Edge is the only outlier now that still doesn't support AVIF. It's, again, like WebP, got the lossless and lossy compression. It's got animation and alpha transparency. It's got full and accurate color. And it's got very high compression, 50% over JPEG in general. 50% improved compression over what we get currently with JPEG. So even better than what we have with WebP. It's a little bit expensive at encoding and decoding. This is a downside. It takes quite a while for AVIF to do the compression side. And also when the browser decompresses the image, it's slower. And this is something they're actively working on. But this especially affects users with low-powered devices. If you're on a high-end MacBook Pro, you're probably not going to notice this, but if you're on a lower-end smartphone, you are going to see a difference in how quickly these images actually show up. Even though the image is smaller, it may take longer to appear for you. And there's definitely some support coverage gap. The most notable is on the server side. So as I mentioned, when you upload an image to WordPress, that has to get recompressed to the different sizes on the server. And that's using PHP. And in order to do that, to use AVIF, you need PHP 8.1. And we know that WordPress is not quite ready for 8.1, and not many people are using PHP 8.1, so that is a limitation. Then comes JPEG XL. This is like the most promising format ever. It's like a cat hang gliding. It's 1 year old, so it's like the baby among all the formats. It has everything, right? Lossless and lossy compression, animation alpha transparency, full and accurate color. I'm repeating all the things from before. And then it gets into these amazing, cool features. This is really cool. It does losslessly re-encoding JPEGs. This means you can take your compressed JPEGs and recompress them in the JPEG XL format without losing any information. Usually when you take a compressed image and then you try to recompress it, there's kind of this amplification, I guess, of the artifacting. With JPEG XL, they've overcome this problem. They've managed to get smaller sizes without that. And they have a really cool way of doing the progressive decoding, where you can actually say, I would like this part of the image to get the information first. Am I done? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to wrap up here. It's supported nowhere. That's the big disadvantage of it. Not on the server, not in the browsers. So we hope support will come one day, but not yet. All right, I think I'm out of time. I'm out of time, right? Am I out of time? Yes. Okay, cool. I'm going to just say goodbye then. Thank you. That was really all I had.
Adam, we'll need you back on stage.
What's that?
We'll need you back on stage.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I suppose there are two things that I actually understood from this particular thing. That it's you can pronounce it anyway, GIF or GIFs. And in that way, if you're actually saying GIF, then you should say JPEG, not JPEG. Okay?
That's right.
And the other thing is that I'm actually thinking, okay, first of all, let's take a picture. And the second thing is that, I'm starting feeling old because I've been using JPEG for a long time. And I got to know that's 30 years old. I'm starting feeling old and, oh my God, that's it. So thank you so much, Adam.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Such a nice audience. I don't need to even say that you need to clap now. Okay. Okay, so the next speaker, this is a very interesting talk.
In presenter mode?
Laura had been working at a non-profit organization for a long time, and one day she said, "I've had enough. I gotta move out." And that's when she actually found WordPress, and she's never looked back ever since. And as you can see her, topic, it's a very beautiful topic. Disillusioned at 50, turning a 10-year-old WordPress hobby into a successful new career as a woman who doesn't code. So huge round of applause for Laura. And Laura, over to you.
Great. Thank you. So yeah, disillusioned at age 50, turning a 10-year WordPress hobby into a career as a woman who doesn't code. So let's take a look at this a bit. It doesn't seem to be advancing. And let's try it now. I'll just operate it here. This is fine. I'll do it from right here. That works. I'm nothing if not adaptable. So let me introduce you to myself. My name is Laura Byrne. You can find me pretty much everywhere online at New Yorker Laura, whether that's Twitter, WordPress.org, Slack. That is where you can find me. How did I find WordPress? I found WordPress in 2006. How many of you go back that far? All right, we're pioneers. So I found WordPress because back then, like many of you, I had hobbies. I'm a big old nerd. If there's something fantasy or sci-fi, I'm there. Game of Thrones, Star Trek, Star Wars, you pick it. It has a horse, some fighting, some castles. I am there. So in the late 90s and the early 2000s, how did you meet with other people who had the hobby you did? Well, you could be kind of limited in your local community, or you went online and you found your people. Well, I went online and I found my people. In those early days, there wasn't social media. We were all engaging in websites that were built largely with things like Front Page and Dreamweaver. Anybody remember those? And then we had online forums that were easy boards or envision boards, and those were clunky. Anybody remember those as well? Those Yahoo listservs and all that? Oh yeah. So I ended up taking, part in those online communities and pursuing my passion there. So one day, one of my friends said to me, hey, I read this book, and I'd like to start a website discussion for it. Okay, great. I was like, this WordPress thing is like everywhere now. It looks so much easier than what we've been doing. She's like, yeah, do you think we could find somebody to help us build one of these things? I was like, yeah, let's ask around, we'll find someone. So we had a blog and a discussion forum for what at the time was a brand new and little-known book. Became quite a well-known book. Anybody ever heard of something called Twilight? My friend and I built the most viral Twilight website on the internet. We thought maybe 100 people would come by. No, it went from 100 to 1,000 to tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of viewers a day from around the world visiting this website. We learned all sorts of skill sets this was now beyond what 2 people could manage. We were managing a team of 20 volunteers from around the globe. We were learning things about SEO, how to attract people. We learned social media from the ground up and how to incorporate that into our site and how to bring more of an audience in. Then these little books ended up with movies. All of a sudden, I was in the strange position of talking to movie studios and executives and how to pitch our content to them and vice versa. So all of this was fantastic. This was a hobby. This was a side thing I did for fun. And out of that hobby, I ended up with some nice freelancing writing gigs in the entertainment industry, which was, again, great, but it wasn't really what was paying my rent. It wasn't what was putting food on the table. It was allowing me to have a little extra income. So what was my main job? My main job was in the field of education. I graduated college in 1988 with a degree in English and an electric typewriter. Computers had actual floppy disks. I mean, they flopped, okay? Like, literally, they flopped, okay? Nobody went to college with a computer when I did, or maybe they were a computer science major, but like, that wasn't a thing. So my first career was in education, as in private education as a teacher, and then as an admissions director. A couple years later down the road, I transitioned my career within education again. I became the marketing and communications director for a large system of private schools. As I used to say, there were 114 of them and 1 of me. It was challenging. And by 2016, I had enough of that challenge. I was in a system where I had to commute into work every day for almost an hour in traffic in the New York metropolitan area. It's not fun. Most of my job I could have done at home, but they were going to force me to come into an office every day. And ultimately, I was stuck, pretty much capped out. I couldn't go any farther than I was. So I thought, you know, I really want to work from home. I love WordPress. What can I do? I don't know PHP. I sure don't know JavaScript, let alone deeply. And I know just enough HTML and CSS to be dangerous, which is to say you don't want me doing the CSS and the HTML. So what is it that I can do? So what I ended up doing, and we'll get to my roadmap in a minute, but I ended up transitioning my career. First starting out doing some freelance social media ads for people and realizing quickly that wasn't my passion, that wasn't where I was going to go. But I eventually transitioned into working into a small agency where people wore many hats. I was a project manager. I was a support ticket agent. I was, pick something today, I was updating the plugins. I learned a lot, and I got my feet wet. And from there, I transitioned again. Currently, I am an account manager at Web Dev Studios, which is a WordPress agency that specializes in the enterprise space. We have clients such as the NBA, the Campbell's Food Company, and Cisco Meraki, to name a few. So how did I get there? Conventional wisdom would say that at age 50, good luck finding a new job. Don't quit. Hack it out. Suck it up. Stay there. Nobody wants to hire you. You're too old. Well, the fact of the matter is I'm not old. I'm experienced. I have life skills. I have life values, and you need them. So I'm a pioneer. How did I learn tech? Well, I was really patient. I stood at line in Sears because there was this game called Pong. Anybody ever play Pong? That was my first video game. We weren't hand-holding a device. We were standing online at the department store waiting our turn and chatting so we could play a video game, you know? Other things. I learned technology as quote-unquote the young person at work. Microsoft Office came in, and everybody else had a typewriter. You know, I had to learn it and teach it to other people. That's a skill. Because of my age, my bosses are baby boomers. I speak fluent baby boomer. I am Gen X. I understand Gen X. And my child is a millennial. I speak 3 generations fluently. I am what you need. I relate to all of them. Here's the other thing. As a woman who doesn't code and somebody who built an incredibly viral website, I understand user and user perspective. I have great respect for designers and developers, but with respect, you are not users. You don't always understand their point of view. You need people like me to translate user to you and translate you back to them so you can find what these people actually want. So how did I do it? I started thinking of all of my life lessons and all the things I could do, and I really quickly realized I had a laundry list this big. I had to cut it down. What were the top skills I were really good at? Overarching skills, not little itty-bitty things. And for me, I had to pick that lane. What am I good at? I know I'm a great teacher. And with being a great teacher, I'm also a great communicator. I'm also a heck of a salesperson. So take those skills and now try to distill them into catchy sound bites. Because if you're competing with the job, there are a lot of people with those skills. How are you going to demonstrate that your skills are more memorable than somebody else's? One of the ways I did it to prove that I was really good at sales, I was in private education. I said, I am selling you the benefit of education in our schools that you could get for free in the American public school system, and I am convincing you to pay $10,000 a year for that schooling. If that's not sales, I don't know what is. And I was able to do it and double admissions in school by convincing people of benefit and why you had to get them through us. So those soundbite analogies help get your point across quickly and make you memorable. How else? Like I said, websites are for people and users, and you want to relate to them, and I was able to do that. The other way I was able to kind of get my name out there is to constantly speak up and speak often. If there was a WordCamp in my area, I pitched it, and I pitched a user talk. It's a talk that stands out because they have so many designer and developer talks, and how many users show up at WordCamps and they're looking for a talk that I was giving. They were hungry for those talks, and people started to recognize me. Same thing at my meetups. I was always there to say, I want to talk from the user perspective, and it got my name out there. It made people realize what I could bring to the table. So, advice for companies and advice for those transitioning. Let me go to since I know I'm coming close on time, let me go to advice on the second column first. Where can you find a new job if you're somebody who doesn't code? I went to all the sponsors at WordCamps. I went to the flagship camps, figured out who sponsored, and I started hitting up their careers pages to figure out who had a job. That's one way to do it. Another way you can find a job in the WordPress space, Michelle Frechette, and that's her handle on Twitter. Every single Tuesday, she posts a list of WordPress job offerings. Check it out every Tuesday. Post status is a great place to find things. Also, Twitter and meetups, ask around. You'll be surprised at how many people have some offerings. Also, come by to Allie, she's sitting right there. Her talk is coming up today, talking about how she has found a place in WordPress as somebody who doesn't code. And then advice to companies. Think about how you're representing yourself if you want more people like me. Take a look at your pages. Is there diversity on your website? And if there's not, tell me you're working on it. I'll be more encouraged to apply if I know you're self-aware. If there's no salary posted, I'm not interested. Flat out, I'm going somewhere else. I need to know I can feed myself and pay my rent. If you cannot put up a salary, not interested. And then just wrapping up really quickly, take a look at your qualifications. Are you putting coding qualifications on a job that doesn't need coding? Can you teach somebody on the job? We're sponges. We can teach, we can absorb, and we can transition. And then lastly, get people on your team to recruit for you. I have the job I have today because I saw somebody who was not in the HR department tweeting about, we have openings, join me. We had a Twitter conversation first, and then I went to their HR department and have the job I have. So thank you for listening. It's a quick lightning talk, and I'd be happy to catch up with you afterwards if you have questions.
Thank you so much, Laura. I mean, I'm the one who's actually motivated now. You were all interesting them, but I'm the one who's actually motivated. Thank you so much. It's a token of appreciation from us. Thank you so much. And just over to you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, now we're going to take a short break again, and we're going to be back in 10 minutes and continue with the talks. So 10 minutes, and this time have some tea, because last time I was asking and you guys didn't answer. Have some tea, have some juices. This is all for you. Enjoy. Thanks.
So here to talk to us today is Shakrit Talawat, and he's been using WordPress since version 1.5, which is absolutely amazing. And he lives here in Thailand, and he runs a company called SeedWeb. And are we going to see, I looked up some of these themes ahead of time, and they're so beautiful and clear and sharp. Are we going to see some of them today? Awesome, well, that's cool. Well, what he's going to be talking about today is about how to make a WordPress site feel just as fast as sort of navigating through React pages, or through a React app, but with no code necessary at all. So I'm really interested and excited to learn about it. And if you can come on up, please give Shakrit a very warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Mike. My name is Ben Chakrit Talawat, and today I'm gonna tell you about a WordPress static site, but not just static site. I want to make it feel like React, feel instantly loading. Then let me introduce myself. I have 20 years experience in digital business, and when in the past I worked in Bangkok. But I moved to Pai and work remotely and teach kids, volunteer in the village. After that, like kids graduate, then we build a company called SeedWeb together, like create a website, create a theme, and plugins. Yeah, this is me more than 10 years ago, and our team there. About the topic today, how loading instantly, how fast. I used to talk about the Next.js framework and connect with the WordPress headless CMS. I think this way is a little bit difficult and too much power. I mean, not necessary for today. I will tell you about some simple website is here, seedx and .wordcell.app. This is a real website. And I click on the Analyze Page Load, we call page speed. Everyone know about page speed, right? Okay. After that, this has got every 100% for page speed. When we click everything, click the logo, click the page, the post, everything load instantly. Because this is use JavaScript, and it's like a load, not reload the whole page. Can we make it with WordPress? We have to understand about the dynamic and static. WordPress use the dynamic version. We have a server, we have database, and we call data from database to web page. If we want to make it faster, we install the cache. We have a lot of cache plugin. Then for database, from web page, we have files that call cache. When people come, they get that file. They do not have to include the database to see to show the web page. But today, we want to make it faster. We will build everything to static file, and then we have only file, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This way is suitable for content. It's like a corporate website, news website, magazine. It's no form, no member, no e-commerce. Okay, we have to know the restriction of this way. If we know how to make it static, we do not have to use server. Because static, we just put the file on the internet. We call CDN, Content Delivery Network. We have a file we put on CDN, and the file will copy itself through all over the world. It will be very fast, speed, and secure because it's just a HTML file. There are no way to hack. Low maintenance, you can put there and leave it for years. Not like WordPress, we have to update very often. And low cost or free. Normally, it should be free. I will show you the service that offer the free CDN. But that is just static file. I want to make it React feeling. The instant page is very good. They say that human brain perceive action taking less than 100 milliseconds at instant. If we can load the page under 100 milliseconds, we will feel that it already loaded, it's instant. And then they just create some hack, like when we hover the mouse, when we hold the mouse and click, that takes 300 milliseconds. When we touch, after we touch and click, it takes around 90 or 100 milliseconds. That the preloading before click. This way, we don't have to make any fancy or any React thing. We just load as soon as user hover or touch. Okay, then the process is like we add instant loading first, and then we create static file, and then we upload to CDN. For instant loading, after I find a lot of plugins, I think instant.page is very good. It's free and no pro version. You can use this. Install and it will instantly load. After that, create static file. There are a lot of plugins to do this. But I think simply static is very good. They have pro version too. But for free version, I think it's enough for many users. For the plugin, you just go to this plugin, has some config. You click on generate static file. They will grab everything like many page, as HTML, as CSS, and JavaScript. And after that, you upload to CDN. The free CDN that's very good. I think Cloudflare page is very good too. I will show you today. On Netlify is okay too, but there are limit of bandwidth. But Cloudflare page do not limit the bandwidth. You go to Cloudflare, you create the static site first. It will be the domain in page.dev of Cloudflare. And after that, you just grab the file and upload to Cloudflare. Just done. We have to simple plug in and upload to Cloudflare. We got free and fast of a static file, static site. Okay, I will show you. Then I will go to the site first. This is my site. It's like a demo theme of my site too. Okay, it's just simply magazine. It's demo site here, and click on this. I install the plugin called, I will show you here, Instant Page here. When you call Instant Page, I will show you that this is a network, or maybe it's hard to see, network version of like this. When we loading, they will show that, okay, now we already load the page, right? Load the file. When we hover on any post like this, they will already load. For this, take 300 milliseconds. It's already loaded. Then when we click, it's instantly show. I will show you like this. When we click, when we hover the mouse here, it will load the page for you. Okay, I will show look and feel. When we click here, it feels instant. When we click the post here, it feels instant like this. Because instant.page plugin here is free. I recommend that. After that, I go to simply static here, and I click on generate static file. It will grab all your file together and will put on the URL like this. You see that, okay, page 1 to 49 page something. Okay, I will zoom like this. Okay, they are, the whole of website, they have 113 page. I click to download here to my desktop. If I open file, and I open with here, This is the whole file that I need to upload to the internet. I can show you in the studio course, but this is just for your information. If you don't know code, it's okay, because you just grab this file to upload to internet. I will show you that there are a lot of pages already rendered for you to upload. Okay, and then after that, I will go to Cloudflare page. It's free. You can subscribe to Cloudflare and page. And I will click Create Project like this. Okay, I will make it bigger. Create project, direct upload. This is the easiest way. I maybe show seed demo site here. They will got you the domain name like this. It's a free domain. You can register domain and connect to this domain later. I click on Create Project. And after that, they will prepare the space for us. I just upload the file that I already export. Okay, I will upload file, zip file here, and click Open. They will know that, okay, in this zip file, there are a lot of files here. And they upload on that. This way you just like a export file, upload file, and deploy. It's like a make it go live to the real world. And done here. Then I click on cdemosite.page.dev that I just create in a second. Maybe take some time. Let me show you. Let me see what happened. Maybe the internet is not good. Deploy a site. Let me check again. Yeah, here is see demo site. I can click on visit site. This static is I just try before talk today. Something like this. Everything here is just HTML file. It's no WordPress anymore. Then after this, if you want to create new site, create new post, if you want the free solution, you just click on generate every time. This is fit for like a not often update. It's like a corporate site. It's like a blog site that maybe once a month to update. But for simply static, I will show you this. They have Pro version that connect to Git. If you use Pro version, that click on create, or anytime you click on publish, here the system will create a Git version. And the Git version will be connect to the Cloudflare like that. Then every time you click publish on your website, you don't have to download file, you don't have to deploy anything. It's live on Cloudflare already. Yeah, this is the whole process. I think this is a very the easiest way I can find. Just install two plugins, and after that, it's free solution, and you can make it go live like this, and you will see that it loads instantly. I will show you that if I hover, you see that it loads more. Hover, and it loads more page like this. Just hover, and it's already loaded. That means when I hover and click, it's already loaded in the system. Hover and click, it feels instant. Yeah, this is my topic. I think it should be very easy, and anyone can take it and just install plugin and try for your project. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. If you have any question, you have some. If you have some experience to share, or yeah, you can ask me. Mm-hmm. Yep, sure.
Are you able to, I guess, apply this selectively? So, are you able to apply this? Oh, no, that one's on. Okay. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Very warm.
are you able to apply this selectively? So for
Yep.
example, I understand that one of the limitations of using an instant page or a simply static type plugin is that it's not typically useful for websites that are maybe
Frequently.
form heavy,
Yeah.
right? So if we wanted to use it on a website that did have forms, could we just say, okay, we want to apply the static stuff to everything that's not a form page, and then the pages that do have forms
Yes.
go back to the WordPress site?
Yes, sure. That's why they sell the pro version.
There it is.
Actually, if you write your own, it's okay. Or you can include like a form for other SaaS service. It's okay. But for pro version, I think it's very good to hear. It can connect to form. It can search. And they also sell the lifetime license too. I'm not related to him, but I respect him. And this is very good. I will show. Yeah, it's include form. It can connect like a gravity. Oh, sorry. Can make it go left. Okay. Include form like this. Can connect to contact form or gravity form, and after click on that, they will put some information to our site back, and that you can use the form. And also search too. Field.js is like a static file search. Then they include the Field.js. It feels like when you type anything, it will show instantly. Let me show you. Okay, something like this. When I search something here, you see, it's like it instantly filter the content here. Yeah. Then this technique, Field.js, is used to search the static file, and also the comment too. But they can put form back to WordPress. They can put comment to WordPress too. Okay, any questions? ครับโอเคเดี๋ยวเขาไม่ได้คนอื่นจะได้ยินโอเค
ก็คือเว็บที่อัพขึ้นไปไม่ต้องมี database ก็ได้ใช่ไหมครับ
Okay, he asked about if we want to put on the file, do we need database? No, we do not need, because we export everything to static file, just HTML, CSS. Like this, I will show you that this is a file that already export, right? It consists of just HTML. If we put here to maybe localhost, I click on go live, it's just localhost. I will have this too. Yeah. Okay, next.
Hi. Hi, thanks for sharing. Just curious, I know this plugin. I spoke to Patrick before.
Okay.
How have you tried it on large enterprise or really large or big WordPress websites? How has it been? Has there been any issues or problems, or everything has been easy?
I think it depends on enterprise. You mean a lot of file or not? Because I use maybe 10,000 files, 10,000 pages. It's okay. It's perfect. I use for the large website that for 300 visitors, 300,000 visitors per month. I think it's very easy because everything hosted by Cloudflare. It can serve people for very easy for a lot of people. Yeah. Then I think that there no problem about this. Yeah. Any questions? Yep.
Okay. Hello. Okay. I will ask in question both in Thai and English
okay.
In order to the audience to understand.
Okay.
First, I want to ask in English. So, is there any my current workflow is my customer use the website and they want to edit the content on the WordPress, and right now the website that already deployed on the production is using the domain that they use. So if we implement this type of Okay. Implementation, do we need to reroute it to mapping the domain with the CDN, and how it impact to the current workflow if they want to edit the content using the WordPress in the backend?
Sorry, can you ask again? Oh, maybe in Thai later, right?
ครับก็คือว่าถ้าสมมุติว่าตอนนี้ลูกค้าเขาเข้าไปที่เว็บไซต์สมมุติว่าเว็บไซต์ example.com แล้วหลังจากนั้นเขาเข้าไปแก้ที่แบบ /wp-admin เสร็จแล้วพอเข้าไปเสร็จปุ๊บหลังจากนั้นเขาก็มานั่งแก้บทความทีนี้คือเขาชินแบบนั้นไปแล้วแต่ทีนี้พอหลังจากที่เรา apply ตัวที่เป็น static เว็บไซต์เราก็ต้องไปแมปโดเมนใหม่ซึ่งพอเราหลังจากแมปโดเมนใหม่เขาก็จะไม่ชินกับการที่ต้องเข้ามาที่ลิงก์นั้นแล้วก็ต้องเข้าไปที่หน้าใหม่อีกหน้าหนึ่งซึ่งมันคนละที่กัน
ใช่
อันนี้คือเราจะมีวิธีแก้ยังไงได้บ้าง
Okay, he said it's like the user has to change the domain, right? Because it will be different. You have to use WordPress on another domain. In my experience, I moved this domain to cms.example.com or maybe backend.example.com, and everything that user want to edit, just log into that. After that, they go to the plugin like this and click on deploy. This plugin will connect automatically with GitHub. After that, GitHub will connect to Cloudflare and connect to example.com already. It takes some time, like 10 seconds or just half a minute, very fast. Okay, it's not fast as WordPress, but it's fast enough and secure enough. I think it's solved the problem.
So it really means that I need to retain the client to use this workflow instead, right?
Yeah. But it's not perfect for any solution. It's like for rarely update. It's not often, sure. Then come up with a more stable, the cost efficient, and I think that the good thing is it's cheap and stable. The bad thing, you have to have two sides.
So if they have a dynamic content, it may be harder to.
Yeah. For that, I not recommend. In the past, I used with a Next.js connect to WordPress, but I think this is a lot harder
simpler
than this. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any question? Any more question, or you can share your experience about the static site too? Yeah, because I think it's new in WordPress too. Okay.
Are there any more questions? I had one question.
Okay.
Do you have any examples of real-world sites that are using this method?
Okay, sure. Actually, my client now just moved to this way, and maybe you can see the demo site in Cloudflare page that I just create and show you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I click on this and sorry, it takes some time here. Yeah, and that I show. And sometimes they go to different version that I just put here. Yeah, this site is like a lot of students come to take a look and see what happened here. And they have to click to see the question and the answer and something like this.
That's really cool.
This already in JavaScript, in vanilla JavaScript, we don't have to connect with the WordPress anymore. And in this way, it's secure and it cannot be hacked. Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Chris.
Thank you.
And I have a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Do you mind taking a photo? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. All right, I have one quick announcement. I've been informed that food will still be available all the way until 4 p.m. So if you want to get food, then you can go up until 4 p.m. and get some. Thank you. everybody. So when I saw that Ali was on the list of folks that I got to MC for, I got so excited. So Ali Nimmons is here, and she's traveled all the way from Austin, Texas, and has been is a self-taught WordPress entrepreneur, or WordPress. I said that incorrectly. WordPress evangelist since 2015, and so when I visited Ali's website recently, I was reminded of a previous Twitter title of hers, and I want to get it right. Your friendly neighborhood force for good. And I think that's just such a good explanation of the large impact that she's had on the WordPress community. So she has a I'm so impressed by her qualifications. So she owns a production company called Bedia Productions, and also works part-time as a digital producer for Master WP, and co-runs Underrepresented in Tech, and helps organize for Black Press Slack. So I'm so excited to introduce Ali. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh, listen to me. Yeah, my name is Ali. I'm a lot of things, but for the most part, I'm a digital producer and course creator. This is my dozenth plus time speaking at a WordCamp, but this is my first time in Asia at all, and I'm so honored and humbled to be a part of this first time event. It's been a very long time coming. I'm so happy to have been able to meet so many of the people that I've known through Twitter for many years, and finally I get to see their faces and hug them and congratulate them. And so before we begin, I would really like to stop and give a huge round of applause to the WordCamp Asia organizing team, volunteers who have been working for literal years to make this event possible for us, and it's been so far so fantastic, and I'm so grateful. As we go through, please tweet about what you see and what you think using my Twitter handle, Ali_Nimmons. Let me know what you're thinking and feeling and all of those wonderful things so that I can connect with you afterward as well. So if you are someone who is not particularly a huge fan of code, if you don't like to code, if you're not that passionate about coding, or if you'd simply like to learn to do other things aside from coding, this is the talk for you. So I'll go over here. A little table of contents for you, and just an overview of what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about what tech actually is, right? Because we say we work in tech. What does that actually mean, especially in the context of code and software and all of that stuff? I'm going to go backward on myself and talk a little bit about why you should know at least a little bit of code. I'm going to tell you my no-code story. We're going to talk about why WordPress in particular is so good for people who would like to work in tech without needing to touch any code. I think most of us kind of know that, but we're going to go over it together. And then we're going to talk about how to actually begin a career, freelancing career, finding work, finding jobs in tech as a person who doesn't write software. So a quick show of hands. I'm really curious the professions and the passions that we have in the room right now. So if you are a designer, please raise your hand. Website designer, logo designer, UX designer, all of that kind of stuff. Cool. If you work in like business, marketing, analytics, data, all of those like kind of numbery things, raise your hand. Gorgina, love that. If you're a writer, if you're a content writer, SEO writer, technical writer, documentation, that kind of stuff, love that. If you work in community or events, that kind of stuff, raise your hand. Nice. And if you are a developer, you write software and things like that, please raise your hand. God, we have such a good mix of people here. I'm so excited. Okay, so when I started preparing this talk, I asked myself this question: what is tech? What does that mean? And I went to ye old Google to try to figure that out. And the first definition I found is this one, which I don't like. I think it's way too technical. It's like way too dry and specific, and I just kind of feel like it's not very true. There are lots of jobs and lots of passions and responsibilities that don't necessarily fit this definition. So I kept searching, and I found this one. one that deals with computer programs, hardware, software, networking, and maintaining systems. It's still a little bit dry. I feel like it omits a lot of the creativity and, again, doesn't include a lot of the things that I think about when I think about what a lot of y'all and myself do. So I came up with my own definition because why not, right? I've decided that to work in tech means that you do work that determines how computers and/or the internet affects our lives and affects our businesses, which I think way more covers the gambit of what we're all actually here to talk about, right? How we use WordPress, which is reliant upon the internet and our computers and our phones. How we use WordPress to affect how people run their lives, how people interact with information. And spoiler alert, that doesn't necessarily mean code. So, like I said, I'm going to kind of be a little bit of a hypocrite and talk about why it's important, I think, if you're working in tech, to at least know a little bit of code, even if it's not in your job description, right? Code, and when I'm talking about code here, I'm talking about the basics. HTML and CSS, I think, are important for even people who don't work in tech to know. Knowing code provides a baseline understanding of how these systems work, right? If you're a content manager and you're working in WordPress to publish things that other people have written, knowing a little bit of HTML, knowing a little bit of CSS, like my friend Laura said earlier, enough to be dangerous, gives you context. It allows you to kind of understand how things are working underneath the hood. I think learning any language, whether it's code or whether it's Spanish, Thai, German, knowing other languages encourages a different way of thinking. And I believe that a lot of people in this room are bilingual, right? There's a lot of people here who know English and another language. And I'm sure you are aware of the fact that when you switch languages, it changes a little bit of your perception. It changes a little bit of how you see the world, right? And I think knowing code changes a little bit of how you see the world. Code is great to help with troubleshooting, right? If you have a website and something's going a little bit funky, maybe you install the theme, it's not doing exactly what you want, being able to go into that little CSS customizer and add a couple of little things to change how you want things to look is an extremely powerful thing. And it helps you to be a better teammate. It helps you to be able to speak and communicate more efficiently with the people on your team, in your companies that do code. And I think makes you a more valuable team member at the end of the day. So I think that since this is a persuasive essay that I'm writing here, it's good to include a real life example. So this is my story as somebody who works in tech full-time and doesn't write any code. So 2013 is about the time that I dropped out of theater school and decided I was going to become a web developer. So I decided to take this 180 turn and go from the performing arts into sitting in front of my laptop for 8 hours a day looking at bright lights. And I started learning how to code first out of library books, because at the time I didn't have a laptop. Eventually, I got enough money to buy my first laptop, and I would go to Starbucks, and I would use courses like Udemy and Code Academy, and Treehouse, and Lynda, and YouTube, and I would write code in my notebook, because having learned Spanish in high school, I was like, well, to learn like semantics and stuff, I need to like write it out to remember it, which in retrospect, I feel very silly that I ever did that, but that's how I started to try to learn. And I really didn't enjoy it. It wasn't very fun, but I wanted to build websites. And in my mind, that was the way you started, is you learned how to code. And after about a year of that, I got my first job as a junior web developer at an agency in Florida. And that's a picture of me helping my boss to start our very first podcast. So I've been a podcast person from day one. And I did a lot of different things in that job. And that job was actually where I got introduced to WordPress. That was the job I was working at when I met some of the people in this room, and I attended my first WordCamp. And I started to learn that I didn't actually need code because I had WordPress. And so about a year at that agency was not a fun place to work, so eventually I was like, I need to get out of here. I struck out on my own. Because I had WordPress, I could build websites for people and I could sell those services. And at that agency, I learned about SEO and I learned about maintenance and I learned about hosting. And I learned enough about building those systems and processes without any code that I could start turning around and selling those services to other people. So I had to go onto the Wayback Machine and find a screenshot of my old website, and this is kind of the best that I could get. And I was like, oh man, I have this old weird headshot that I took and everything. But I started my own business, and I was able to make my own money on my own terms. And it was the confidence of starting this business that allowed me to feel like I could apply to speak at a WordCamp, which I did about a year later. So things were already kind of starting to roll. And again, I wasn't touching any code. So I ran that business for about 3 years. And eventually I was like, I'm getting really burned out, not making a whole lot of money. I miss working with people and being on a team. And I actually met Michelle Frechette, who I'm seeing nods, a lot of you know. And through her, I learned about GiveWP. I learned that there was a position for a support tech, and I applied, and I got that job. So this is a picture of me working the booth, the sponsor booth, at WordCamp US in 2019, before the world exploded. And I think you can tell from this picture how much fun I was having and how much I was enjoying myself, and I was making friends, and I wasn't alone in my bedroom fiddling with WordPress all day long. I was out, I was speaking to people, I was doing things, I was impacting things, and it was extremely, extremely fun. And that first job was the rocket ship that sent me to all the other opportunities that I've had. So for this 2023 point, I couldn't figure out what to list here. So these are just some of the companies that I've been lucky enough to be able to work with, to be able to create content for, to be able to make money working with. That's a pretty cool list right there, if I do say so myself. I'm pretty proud of myself for that list. And again, none of them have asked me to code. None of them want me to code. They want all the other knowledge and all the other experience that I have. And these are some of the things that I've helped create in some ways. I've helped build the Black Press Slack group, which is a fantastic community initiative. I've helped build Underrepresented in Tech with Michelle. I started my own podcast production company, and now I create content for Master WP. And it's been an extremely gratifying experience, all without needing to learn to code. So, I think there's been a theme throughout all of this, right? And it's been WordPress. I think that there is no other software tool community that is as supportive in tech of non-coders as WordPress is. I think most of us can agree that putting up a WordPress site doesn't require you to code. That's normal, that's typical, right? There's this huge community, part of which I'm looking at right now, of non-coders, people who don't focus on that you can learn from, that you can find friendship and mentorship from, that create educational resources for you, a lot of times for free, that you can find and begin to learn from. To contribute to WordPress, which is one of the most powerful things that you can do with your knowledge, doesn't require coding knowledge for, I would say, the majority of teams. There are fantastic teams, important teams that need coders. But I think one of the saddest things to me about our contributing structure is the lack of emphasis on the need for people who do not code. If you know 2 languages, you can be a contributor to WordPress. The Polyglots team needs you. If you design anything for a living, a contributing team needs you. If you know how to write, if you know how to edit, if you know how to take a picture with your phone, a contributing team needs you. And that is contributing to a tech open source project without needing to know any code. And if you do decide you want to learn how to code, which every year I look at myself and I'm like, man, this is the year you're going to learn JavaScript. Ali, this is the year you're going to sit down with a course and you're going to learn some JavaScript. And then the year's over and I'm like, man, that past version of me was really dumb for thinking that because I don't want to do it, right? But one day, if I do decide to learn some JavaScript, I know that I have resources and people at my fingertips ready and willing to help me do that. There's people in this room that I can look at right now and know that they will help me do that. So despite me saying, you don't need to learn how to code, you don't need to learn how to code, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't learn how to code or that you can't learn how to code. All right. So if you want to start working in tech, and you don't know how to code, how do you make that leap? How do you make that step? There we go. The number one thing that I think I did right when I struck out on my own, I made a lot of mistakes. I made way more mistakes than I made good decisions. But I think the number one thing that I did right very early on was I built a portfolio of work for myself. And a lot of it was fake, right? I would create a website for a company that didn't exist. I would like grab a stock photo from Unsplash and I would say, what does this photo represent as a company? Let me make a company around this image, and I'm going to build a home page around this image and this fake company, right? And then I moved into building things for friends and family at very low cost. But all that beginning stuff, all that beginning practice and trial and error was just for stuff that I made up. If you're not necessarily a designer or a builder, maybe you're a strategist, maybe you're interested in SEO, things like that. I'm sure we've all had the experience, right, of going to a website for a company that we're trying to get something from, right? Maybe you're trying to order dinner, you go to a restaurant website, and you're like, man, this website sucks, right? Who designed this? I could have done this so much better. Do it. Sit down. Open up one of my favorite tools ever. If you write down anything from this talk, Local by Flywheel is an amazing tool for just spinning up a WordPress website and getting started, right? Download Local by Flywheel, start a website. It'll open up a blank WordPress install for you, and redesign that company's website. You don't ever have to give it to them. They don't ever have to see it, but get that experience, get that practice. And if you put that into a portfolio, you don't have to say, oh, I sold this to this company. You can say this was a personal project. You can be transparent about that. But you want to have something that you can show as far as what your skills and your experience is. Same thing for plans, strategies, all of these things. You can make it up. No one cares. Just get the experience and make sure that you keep all of that. I wish that I'd kept so much more of my early projects and the early things that I worked on. Because especially if you're working on these things and you're thinking, well, maybe I'm not doing a very good job, or I'm not really happy with this. Future you in 5 years, is going to love being able to look back and say, I'm so much better now than I was before. Look at all the progress I made. That's a huge, huge, huge confidence booster. And start creating content about the things that you know and about the things that you're learning. One of the things that I always recommend is starting a blog, right? Most of us here know how to do that, thankfully. Start a blog and document the things that you're learning. So if you sat down and said, okay, I want to learn how to use Figma for my logo designs. Write a blog post about that, about how you learned it, what you struggled with, and document all of that progress. Start a podcast, start a newsletter, put content out there. And you might think, well, nobody's going to care what I have to say, or maybe I don't have anything interesting to say. Do it for yourself. Do it for yourself. Do it for yourself in 5 years. There are tons and tons of job boards out there, particularly WordPress ones, that are looking for non-coders. Post Status, I've heard mentioned a couple of times today, is a fantastic place. It's a Slack channel as well as other things, websites. And there's tons of people to connect with there who are hiring and looking for you. WP Career Pages is basically just a long list of WordPress companies. And you click one, and it'll send you to their careers page. So you can just tab click, open up all those career pages and tabs and apply to all the jobs that you can find right there and then. Jobs.wordpress.net is similar, but kind of opposite, where you can filter by the skill or the profession. So if you're a designer, there's a design tab that you can click on, and it'll open up all the WordPress companies that are looking for WordPress designers and so on. And then, a little bit of shameless self-promotion here, my friend Michelle and I created a database called Underrepresented in Tech. And pretty much just from looking at faces, almost everyone in here is qualified to be in this database. It is a database of people who are not your, I will say average in the West, because I don't want to make assumptions. Average in the West meaning straight white men. If you are not a straight white male, you can be an underrepresented in tech. You add yourself, you add your profile, so you say what you do, what you're interested in, what kind of opportunities you're looking for, and then employers will go through that database and be able to find you. I know that a lot of us identify as introverts, right? I know a lot of us are already getting tired today because we've been interacting too much with people and we're starting to get tired. But networking is an incredibly important part of this experience, especially if you are looking for a creative role where you're going to have to be communicating, right? And thankfully, WordPress makes networking pretty easy to where half the time you don't even know that you're networking, right? You've already done the first step. You're here at a WordCamp. That is the first step to networking. Go to a WordCamp, find someone to talk to. Congratulations, you just networked. Apply to speak at WordCamps or your local meetups if you have them. I would not have gotten most of the opportunities that I've gotten if I didn't decide to get up on stage and start speaking. Same for podcasts. I met Michelle, who got me my first WordPress job because she had a podcast and I applied to speak on it. Pure and simple. There are tons of podcasts out there, and they're always, always, always looking for guests. And a lot of the American or North American ones are desperate for guests from other parts of the world because they're stories that we don't hear on that side of the world. So you are hot commodities. Attend other tech conferences that are not about WordPress. Please. I wish more WordPressers would go to conferences that are not specific to WordPress because there's so much else to learn and there's so many other perspectives to get. For better or for worse, the WordPress community is on Twitter and will be for the foreseeable future until Twitter actually explodes. So if you don't have a Twitter account, set one up today. And if you have one that you don't really use, try to be on it a little bit more frequently. That's where a lot of the conversations are, and a lot of people are posting about these kinds of jobs and opportunities on Twitter. And find one of these Slack channels to join, either Post Status or Black Press. These are places where people come together and talk about a lot of these opportunities and where you can find mentorship in the kinds of roles that you're looking for. All right, so I wanted to list out some of the types of roles and types of jobs in tech that are very popular, very high in demand, that do not require any code. So I've tried to group them into sort of like categories. So we have a design category, and that's website design, UX, UI, themes, logos, graphic design, animation, video, all that gorgeous stuff. I group these into sort of like a business category, and that's consulting, coaching, helping other people to run their businesses, human resources, data, starting your own agency. If you're one of those, the saying is like, if you can't do, then teach, right? If you can't do, then lead. Lead the people who can do and support them, uplift them. Or working in things like e-commerce. So these are all great for if you are passionate about leadership, if you're passionate about numbers, data, people. These are all very powerful. And there are tons of certifications, courses, workshops online where you can learn to do things like this. So if you are a communication person, if you are a salesperson, if you are a storyteller, marketing is probably a very good area for you. There's a lot to do with strategy, there's a lot to do with advertising, SEO is a huge one, as well as social media. All of these things, you could code as a SEO person, you don't have to. If you are a natural writer, I see some natural writers in this room already. There's tons and tons and tons of jobs within the tech community that need writers and people who communicate well. I can't tell you how much tech documentation I've read that is practically illegible because we don't have enough writers to rewrite these things. Copywriting is incredibly important. SEO and blogging, proofreading, documentation, creating courses. That's one of my favorite things that I've been doing recently is writing educational content. And all of it comes down to the writing skills that I honed in high school, right? And if this is something that interests you, just start doing it. Freelance, find gigs online, write your own content and publish it. You have the power to do that. I remember when I first started out on my own, I would write SEO articles for $5 on Fiverr. And it was hard and it was kind of demoralizing, but it helped me to hone those skills very, very quickly. And it gave me a body of work to show for my skills. If you're a community person, you know, being here with everyone gives you all those warm, fuzzy feelings, and you are less of an introvert and you really like talking to people all the time, and that jazzes you up. Tech communities are one of the most important parts of how we build these products and these services and this software, right? We all know that WordPress wouldn't be what it is without this community, and we need people to run those communities. We have some of them sitting here, and I'm so grateful that they are here, right? Community can involve consulting. I do a lot of diversity consulting. That has nothing to do with software, but it's needed. Podcasting, nothing to do with software, but it helps build community around that software. Organizing events, right? Maintaining the open source project. There's so many contributions we need to WordPress around maintenance, keeping things going the way that they need to be going, as well as news, reporting on the things that are happening, right? Join in as many conversations as you can. That's where Slack comes in handy. That's where Twitter comes in handy. And publish your content about your thoughts. Start these conversations yourselves. Contributing to WordPress is one of the most powerful things that you can do to thrust yourself into these opportunities as a non-coder. Yesterday at Contributor Day, we had all of these amazing, beautiful, wonderful people come out and either contribute for the first time or help other people to contribute. I'm right here, right there. Yeah, that's me. I look great, don't I? That's about, I can count, I think, 8 pixels. Contributing to WordPress is fantastic, and everything I've mentioned, all of those jobs that I just, like roles that I just had in those bullet points, there are corresponding teams for those skills. If any of what I just said appeals to you, either as something you would like to do or something you already enjoy doing, there's a team for you. It's right there for you to get started with and to find people to mentor you as well who can help you move even further into those fields. So if you're a marketing person, there is a marketing contribution team. If you're a design person, there's a design team. If you're a writing person, pretty much every team needs writers. If you're a community person, there's a community team. Make.wordpress.org. Write that down also. Make.wordpress.org is where you can go to find all of those teams. So that is it for me. I would love to answer any questions that anybody has. And while you think of those questions, I would like to take a quick picture of all of you, if you don't mind, that I can commemorate my experience with. So if you are on this far side, if you are on this far side, I would love it if you would scooch in as close to the center as you could get. I'd really appreciate it. If you don't, it's like 5 o'clock. If you don't feel like getting up, I totally understand. But if you wouldn't mind being in my picture, it would make me really happy. Yay. Oh, I appreciate all of you. I have so much power. I'm like, rise, and everyone gets up. And I will take a picture of the picture, and I'll tweet it for all of you to be able to see and share, okay? So everyone look cute. I gotta take it this way. There we go. think I got everyone in here. All right, 1, 2, 3. Yay! All right. Thank you so much. No, that's okay. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions for me? Questions, comments, concerns, complaints? Anyone want to know the meaning of life? Do we have a microphone? It's 42, by the way, if anyone gets that reference. Do we have a microphone? We're getting a microphone for you. Lovely. Oh, what a cute picture. Yes.
Yes. So
What's your name?
I'm Mai.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for the presentation.
Of course.
I made a few notes, so
Lovely.
it's quite useful. Some things were quite useful. So,
Thank you.
what I'm wondering is, yes, you mentioned the community, WordPress community is great, but there's so much information. How do you get on the right track? Because there's also a lot of junk within those communities. How at some point you're gonna build up a feel for it, I guess. But how did you deal with it? Like, well, I mean, you probably installed a plugin or two that, like, in the end, you wasted way too much time, and it's crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, to a degree, it is a lot of trial and error, right? You will encounter the crap. You will learn to do the right thing the wrong way. As an example, I used to work at an agency that had one theme license for all of their client sites, and they would just keep installing the same. Yeah, I'm hearing some oohs. Yeah, that's a no-no. But me at like 19, I was like, yeah, that's the way you do it. And I learned quickly that that's not the way you do it. So a lot of it is trial and error. But I would say the biggest way that I've been able to suss out, the right way, the wrong way, or the good resource to use, the bad resource to use, is people. Other people, qualifying what you found by asking someone like, hey, what do you think about, does this look right? What do you think about this? Or, this is where Twitter comes in handy, because if you notice that somebody has shared, somebody that you trust, that you know, has shared something that they recommend, word of mouth is extremely powerful in this community. And I will say that while not everyone is always right, after a little while, you start to see, okay, well, that person knows their stuff, right? That person has been tried and tested, and I can trust them. I can trust them about this thing, right? So there's not really one right answer. Sorry. But I would say it's a mixture of trial and error, and then trusting your community about, what they can recommend for you. And whenever you're unsure, just ask. That's one of the great things about this community is nobody is here to judge you. Nobody is here to say, well, why don't you already know? It's not what we're here for. So I would say ask. You can ask me if you want. Any other questions? Miss Naisha, right over here. Oh, no.
Hey, Allie, it's
Hey,
me, Naisha. I work with Allie at Master WP. I can attest to what she says.
That's why I said, oh, no.
Allie she does perform a lot of roles. And I wanted to ask you, out of all the roles that you talked about, that you do currently, or that you've done in the past, what has been your favorite non-coding role?
My favorite non-coding role. It's weird because, so I'm 30, and I started using WordPress about 7 years ago, right? So I was pretty young when I started using WordPress. I've met much younger people, but I was on the younger side as far as our community skews, right? And I feel like every year as I grow as a person, my interests grow and my passions grow and change. And so like what I'm really passionate about right now is courses. That was not the case a year ago. It was not the case 2 years ago. So it's hard to say because I look back at some of the stuff I used to do, like when I did tech support. I loved it at the time. You couldn't drag me back into a help desk right now. So I would say that yeah, right now it's course creation, and I think that it's almost impossible for me to like look back and say, well, that was my favorite, because I've been really blessed and privileged enough to say, well, what I'm doing right now isn't my favorite anymore, so I'm gonna try to find something else to do or something else to pivot into, because life's too short to spend time doing stuff you're not happy about. So I hope that answers your question. Any other questions? Right here? Oh, thanks for asking questions.
Hi, thank
Hi.
you for a nice presentation.
Of course, what's your name?
My name is John.
Nice to meet you, John.
Welcome to Thailand, by the way.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So I have a question. I'm run like a development agency,
Mhm.
and we have a non-coder like yourself a lot, like project manager and things
Okay.
like that. So can you go back a little bit why did you decide, or what is the motivation for you to start like learning a little bit of code? I mean, it would be nice to tell to my staff and say, hey, this is maybe it's a good thing to start learning a little bit to understand the developer team, and right now they just know how to just do the WordPress, right? Not like they don't know how to do the CSS or HTML and like more complicating PHP and API and so
Yeah.
that. So gets back to that. What is like your motivation on like getting started with?
Yeah,
with
to
code?
getting started with code, specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I first started to learn to code, I was learning it because I thought I had to, because I thought that was the only way that you could build websites. And I learned that that was not true. But what I would tell to people on your team is, code is a tool that helps you solve problems, like any other tool that helps you solve a problem. And if there are problems that your team is curious about solving, code will be compelling to them. I think that if it's not something that you're passionate about, there's not really going to be something that's going to make you do it. Because learning code's not easy. I think HTML and CSS are approachable and accessible, but eventually you start to get into a place with PHP and all of these more advanced languages where unless you really want to learn it, you're not going to learn it. It takes a lot of discipline and a lot of practice and all of those other good things. So if you can find something that they're curious about, if you can find a problem they want to solve, that they can solve through code, I think that would be really impactful for them, and that would be good, what's the word I'm looking for? Motivation for them to delve into that field. Yeah, cool. Of course.
Hey,
Hi,
Ali.
Shilpa.
Hi, Ali. So can you tell a little bit about what you're doing over at Underrepresented in Tech? So what do you do there? I mean,
Sure.
it's not exactly related to your talk, but I would love to hear more about that.
Yeah, sure. So that is a very long story, but I will try to summarize very quickly because I think I don't have a lot of time left. Underrepresented in Code came about because people would ask me or my friend Michelle, hey, I'm looking to hire a designer, and I want to hire somebody who is diverse, right? Not a straight white male. I'd like to make sure that we have a diverse team. Do you know any blank women, black people, who are designers that would fit into this role? And so I found myself like headhunting all the time and being like, well, okay, well, let me think. I might know that person. And then I have to try and connect them. And it was starting to become a lot of work. And Michelle was having the same experience. And we were like, well, what if there was a database where we could put all these people that we know and make that public, and then people could find each other? So we started building that. And it's kind of snowballed and snowballed and snowballed into, we have, I want to say almost 200 people in the database at this point of people who work with WordPress or WordPress adjacent, who do a myriad of things and who are not just looking for work, but who are looking to speak at events or be on a podcast or write a guest blog post. And so an employer or a event organizer who's looking for speakers can go to Underrepresented in Tech and find people from all over the world and all different kinds of experiences. And so I manage and maintain that database. I promote it like now. And Michelle and I have a podcast where we talk about topics related to being underrepresented people in a very white male-dominated field where I live, and the challenges and the experiences of that, and try to support those people. So yeah, that's in a nutshell what we do with Underrepresented in Tech. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a last question.
Sure.
So, hi, I'm Ajay.
What's your name?
Ajay.
Ajay, thank you.
Yeah, the question is like, what exactly like keeps you going? It can't be there's no correct answer for this. As you mentioned, like you started learning coding, but yeah, you might have started, you might have paused it, or like resumed it again. As a coder, even I think, okay, I should write blog post. I might do one, I might do two, but I then stop it. Okay, like,
Yeah.
I have like 10 projects going on, like. So, what exactly? How you keep that rhythm going? Okay, I need to finish this still.
For me right
what
now,
exactly keeps you motivated? Like,
yeah,
for
totally.
Projects?
For me right now, money, because those companies I showed you are paying me to do most of the projects I'm working on. So I have to finish what I said I was going to do. So I can't tell you how many blog posts I've written or courses I've started that I've never finished. But a contract will help you finish real quick. I would say that, like I said before, life is too short to spend time doing things you're not passionate about. So if you want to start blogging, right, you first have to have that passion, right? You're not going to blog about something you're not interested in because you're going to quit. I attended a fantastic talk earlier from Francesca, and she talked a lot about process, right? Francesca talked about that, and one other person talked about that. I'm blanking because it's late in the day and I'm jet lagged. One other person talked about that this morning. For blogging in particular, set yourself a schedule, right? You have to create structure for yourself, is what I'm saying. So with something like blogging, or if you're trying to sit down to learn to code, or anything that you're doing that's going to be something that you have to keep doing, create a structure for yourself. Get out of your own way. Create a content calendar. So if you're saying, okay, I want to start blogging, I'm going to publish a blog post a month, right? One a month. That's not too bad. You can spend a whole week thinking about it. You can spend another week planning it. You can spend another week writing it. You can take your time. And as you start to build content, you can say, okay, well, this is pretty okay. This is pretty fun. I can increase that schedule and start blogging more and more frequently, right? I think when people fail at something like blogging, they're like, I'm going to publish 3 posts a week off the bat, right? Not thinking how much work that's going to be. So set yourself a process, set yourself a calendar, and listen to what you from last month said, right? If you said, I'm going to publish on December 6th, that's your boss. You have to do what they said, right? That was one of the hardest parts of working on my own, was the discipline of, well, I don't feel like it, right? Because once you start with the I don't feel like writing that post anymore, you're not going to do it. So sometimes when you're passionate about stuff, and I've learned this from my husband who's writing his first novel, sometimes you're passionate about something, but you still really don't want to sit down and do it. So just try to remember where that passion came from, set yourself a schedule, and stick to that schedule.
Thanks. So what happens there's like first thing and the second thing always take priority for the first thing. So you have one time, okay, you start blogging, you think I can blog like 1 post a month. But then, okay, you think, okay, I need to learn this new technology. And then you give that more priority, and then you stop blogging because you don't have time to do like all 10 things. So there is always a next thing which surpasses the second, the prior thing. So I think that's the big challenge.
I call that shiny object syndrome, right? Where you start with one thing, and then you're like, oh, but that thing over there sounds really fun.
Exactly.
And then you forget about that first thing, right? It's like a New Year's resolution, exactly. Where you're like, I'm not going to have all this chocolate. Oh, wait, but now it's Valentine's Day, right? So I don't have any magical tips for avoiding shiny object syndrome. Yeah, it's just being aware of it, identifying, oh, no, that's a shiny object. I can be curious about that, but I said I was going to blog for 6 months. I'll visit that shiny object in 6 months. But yeah, it all comes down to discipline, which is hard. Cool.
Okay.
Are we all done?
I think so.
Okay,
Thank you
cool.
so much. And thank you for all your questions.
Thank you.
I have just a small token of our appreciation. Would you mind coming over here to
Yes,
the middle
not
for
at
a
all.
photo? I think they want to take one down there. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course.
Cool.
I'm down for photos.
So,
Where should I be?
Maybe right here, and then I'll come over here.
Okay.
There you go.
Yay. Yay. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you all for coming. I appreciate
so
all
much.
of your time.
everyone. I'm here to introduce our next speaker, Dario Yazvetservatin, and he's here to chat with us about AI and translation today. It's really interesting to see how it's changing, how AI is gradually changing our lives, and I'm excited to hear about how to use it for WordPress translation. He has been working with WordPress since 2007 and works with On-the-Go Systems, who are the company that make WPML and Toolset. So I'm happy to introduce Dario. I realized I forgot a very critical piece of information about you. I found out that Dario is also a singer-songwriter.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited to ask to find out how to hear some music after. All right, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Hello, hi everyone. Let's see where we are with AI translation today and how we can use it in WordPress. I know it's late, so I hope you don't fall asleep and you learn something interesting. So just quickly about me, Mike said it a bit, so I work for On-the-Go Systems company. You know us probably mostly by WPML, the most popular multilingual plugin in WordPress, and Toolset is another set of plugins for creating advanced sites using blocks or HTML, whatever you prefer. And what I do, I'm a content manager, so I have a nice little team and everything that's related to content, from tutorials, documentation, announcements, partnerships, that's us. I come from, originally I was born and raised in Croatia, in center of Europe approximately, and now I live in Slovenia with my wife and my daughter and our Chihuahua dog. He just turned 15, so that's kind of, so let's see. So AI, right? Artificial intelligence. It's all over the news. And when I applied to speak, you know, it was just like a few weeks before whole ChatGPT exploded, you know. And I chose this topic not because of it, because that was before, you know, and then it exploded. So I found it even more interesting, you know, that we are here today to talk about it. So I just wanted to start with this one. So I created this using DALL-E 2. You probably know this. Maybe you played with it. It's an Austrian dog. It's nice. Here's another one, completely different style, everything. And I have to be honest with you, I cannot draw. Even my stick men are ugly, you know. So this is pretty fascinating. And I kind of created it. I didn't do anything. I just wrote a sentence. So I think that's kind of really interesting today, and I'm sure you've been reading about it. So, and the ChatGPT, like, where is it taking us? Like, you know, where will it end? We don't know yet. Okay, but what about AI-powered translations? They've been around for some time, right? So, and they never exploded in this kind of way, like ChatGPT. Okay, so let's see, kind of start with that, like where we are today. I just want to share a short story when I was first blown away by automatic translation, okay? So I was reading an article on a site called fubiz.net. It's about photography, digital art, you know, not made with by AI, but real people, you know. And I came upon a really nice article, great photos, and a text in French. I don't speak French, you know, Chrome asked me, do you want me to translate this for you to English? I said, sure, translate. And I read it, and it was so good. I couldn't believe it, you know. And this is a site, this is one of their articles. It's not the one I saw 3 years ago, but like, you know, writing about art is it's not always straightforward. It can be different, unpredictable, you know, so it's kind of interesting. And here's like an excerpt I took for this talk. It's not the one I read, and it's in French. Like, you know, French to me, it's not the easiest language out there. You know, it's just all Greek to me. And I used DeepL to translate it. So not Google Translate this time, but for this talk I used DeepL. I'll mention it later a bit. So I just want to read you first sentence, okay? How to recreate in a scenographic exhibition the unique atmosphere that reigns in the masterpieces of filmmaker Stanley Kubrick. like if I wrote that, I would be proud. You know, that's really like, to me, it's like that's like what blew me away. So before I go into the further topic of using AI to translate your WordPress site, I just want to touch upon like how it actually works. To be honest, I'm not sure. For this talk, I really wanted to like tell you more about it, but the deeper I went, the less I understood. You know, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a statistical guy. You know, but essentially, the way I understood it is that like you have like they use neural networks to learn about languages. Okay, so neural networks, it's essentially trying to kind of imitate neural like patterns in our brain to kind of connect the dots. And then what they need to do with this neural network is learn. They need to kind of process a lot of information. Just like ChatGPT, as it processed internet until, I don't know, 2 years ago, that's what they do with language. And then you end up with a massive amount of data for each language, you know, and then you can use that to kind of predict. It's actually like statistics and probability, you know, just like what word should come next when I'm translating and putting it together in another language, okay? However, so we're now coming to like the accuracy, okay? There's still room for improvement because, you know, languages are like very different from each other. They have different grammar. They have different even characters and like rules, you know. So, you know, it's kind of, it's not easy. And what I wanted to tell you today, which I think is important and not many people are aware of, is that AI translation today is really good. It's incredible. So I was blown away 3 years ago, and they really made the progress, you know. So of course, there are fields like medicine and science and, I don't know, pharmaceuticals probably, where you want to be safe. Let's say you're translating you know, a piece of guidance for medicine. You don't want to have mistakes there, right? It's like for health and stuff. But for the stuff we usually translate, like for usual sites, this is like really incredible. Now, the second point I would like to share is why. I think this is maybe even the most important. Like, why would you do this? Like the motivation. Like if there is no why, you'll just go home and say like, okay, it's nice, but like it's not for me. So let's start with theory. The theory says like you'll reach a larger audience. It makes sense. Like, you know, you translate something to Spanish, there are like millions of people speaking Spanish. Like your audience will be bigger. You improve conversions and sales. How? There were research being done that like proved that when people are visiting sites in their own language, the trust goes up. You know, they trust it more, and they're more. They will more probably do something like act, buy, or maybe do some other activity that you want them to. Of course, like SEO, international SEO, you cannot rank for something in, let's say, again, Spanish if you don't have content in Spanish. It kind of makes sense. And brand awareness, so more people will know you, your brand will grow. And finally, a better user experience. Like my parents, for example, they both speak English, but they prefer reading in Croatian because it's just like simpler, you know. And when I got my first computer, everything was in English, you know. And then for a long time, all the mobile phones were in English. But today, we are kind of used to reading stuff in our language, and I think that's fine. That's kind of cool. But I want to show this in practice. It's not just like theory. I want to show you in practice. So I live in Slovenia, and Slovenia has 2 million people, okay? And we're in Bangkok, and Bangkok has, if I'm not mistaken, 10 million, right? So you see how small we are. So let's say I create a site, an e-store, whatever, you know. My little pond is 2 million people that I can kind of sell to, you know. But let's just look at the neighbors, okay? What if I add like Croatian, which is right next door? That's another 4 million, okay? I translate to Hungarian, another 10 million. I'm at 16 million now. Austria, which they speak German, I'm at 25 million, and then if I add our Italian neighbors to the whole, you know, thing, I'm at 84 million. So that's kind of, you see, we just by translating, we are making our site and what we do available to many more people out there. And these are just, you know, like neighbors, like you could do beyond that. But here, I would just like to point out that this is the foundation, okay? You cannot market to another region or like language if you don't have your site, for example, translated. But also, when you do translate it, it's not like these 84 million people will come to your site and you will be rich, you know? You need to market it, of course, but that's the foundation, that's your starting point, okay? So that's kind of, you know, the first very important step. They say, like, every journey starts with one step. So in my opinion, this is the step you should take if you're considering it. And there's one more case, okay, which I think is pretty often in the world, and I can kind of relate to it very much. So this is why I, again, went back to Croatia and Slovenia, because I was born in Croatia, and I'm living for many years in Slovenia. And let's say I open, I have a business in Slovenia, maybe it's an e-commerce store, it doesn't matter. And I'd like to expand back to my home country, Croatia, because I have friends there, I have connections, I have partners, whatever, you know. It's impossible. I can have the best connections without translating to Croatian. It just won't happen. And even though these are two Slavic languages which are kind of similar, but not enough. You know, it's just like, no matter how similar languages are, you should translate, because honestly, some people, there are languages that are almost the same, and still they frown if, you know, they don't see their little flag up there, you know. It's just how people are. Not everyone, of course. So to kind of finish this part is like why I think AI is a great translation choice today for all of us. It's super fast. Today, I don't think anything can be faster, you know. It's just like in a few minutes, your whole site is translated. It's incredible, okay? It's super affordable. This is, I think, very important, because I know how it is, you know. We are not all like kind of swimming in money, you know. And now, today, AI translations are actually affordable globally. It's not just affordable to some group or some group of people. Now, globally, I think every company can afford to translate their site, you know, and that's very important. And again, it's accurate. So we come back to accuracy, which is very important. So, how do we do it in WordPress? That's kind of, it's not hard, but you just need to, I would say, just plan a bit, okay? So I would say you need two basic things that you need to choose. First is a translation engine. So this is the thing that we talked about, like the thing that will actually do the probability and, you know, the math for you. And the other thing is, of course, multilingual plugin, because WordPress, at the moment, I'll mention that later as well, at the moment there are no kind of translation multilingual features in the core, so you need to use a plugin, okay? So let's see how to do that. So there are a lot of good options out there. DeepL, Google Translate, Microsoft Azure. Honestly, I've tried like most of them, and they're very, very similar. They're all very good. But today, kind of, they did some blind testing and like testing with, of course, native readers. And DeepL, they kind of always reach the top. So they are kind of considered to be the best. Google Translate is right there next to them, and so on. The only thing here you need to know about is not, for example, DeepL, even though it's considered the best, it doesn't have all the language pairs, you know. So this is very important, especially based on which language you need to translate to. But if it doesn't have that, you can check. If Google has it or Microsoft, you'll definitely find them, what you need. And then it's the plugin. So how do you choose? You have, again, great options, of course, WPML. So then you have Wiglot, gTranslate, TranslatePress, Polylang, Multilingual Press. So you have options, okay? It's kind of crowded. But I would suggest, before you choose, think about the features you need, because they don't all come the same. For example, first one is like, do they support the engine you want to use? For example, there's this, I mentioned the plugin gTranslate. G stands for Google, so it's based on Google Translate, you know, and if you want to use DeepL, this plugin is not for you, so you need to find something else, you know. Then see, like, if it has other features, like, can you manage these translations once they're done? Like, can you edit AI translations? Like, that can be pretty important also. Depends on, like, what you're trying to do. And, of course, pricing, you know. As I've been working with WPML for a long time, and it's kind of important to know your, like, competitors, you know, and stuff. We've been, you know, you kind of keep track of where everything is going, and this is like what I'd like to point out is that, like, there are many options. So you have something free, freemium, premium, whatever, you know, and usually you should take a look at what you need. Write it down, and don't just, like, kind of jump into a plugin, okay? Ask them questions. Every serious company should have some sort of pre-sales questions, so just ask them what you need and tell them to explain it to you. This is what we do. Nobody wants a refund, like, not you and not us, you know? So ask us, we'll tell you, and I'm sure other plugins do the same, you know? The point is I'm trying to make is, like, some plugins start free or very cheap, and then as you add options, it kind of adds up quickly. So beware. Just do your research and you'll be fine, you know? And also check how much they charge for AI translations, because some say it's free and then they're very expensive. Some say you need to pay for it, but it's not so expensive, so check it out, you know? And finally, do you need a human review? So I don't know. That's kind of a question for you. As I said, like, most of it is great, but sometimes you see a bit, if you speak the language, you see a bit of things you need to kind of edit. So check if it has. Okay, so I've been on and on and on. So how does it actually look like, okay? So of course it depends. Not all the plugins look different, but the point is the same. Most of the workflows are kind of similar, okay? So this is a screenshot from our WPML plugin, and it's very simple because this is the mode it has. Some of the plugins have this mode, but not all of them, where it does all of the translations automatically. So you say, just like, translate everything for me. If you add a page, it will be automatically translated. If you edit a page, it will be, everything happens in the background. So there are, like, plugins that can do this, not just WPML, okay? And then the other thing that I mentioned, like, most of them allow you to edit AI translations. So for example, this is an editor of AI translations in Wiglot, okay, another solution. So you see you can do the editing. And this is like an advanced translation editor we also have, which is kind of a CAT tool. I don't know if you know what a CAT tool is. It's a computer-aided translation, which a professionals use. And trust me, for some time they've been using automatic translation. You know, they're not translating from scratch, but you're paying it. So what happens after that? How do you review it? You know, let's say I translate to Thai language, okay? We're here in Thailand, so I translate to Thai language. I don't speak Thai language, so how can I review it, you know? I'll probably want a professional to do it, or at least someone native that's kind of okay with that, you know? So this is also something to think about. So check if the plugin that you're, like, kind of interested in, if it supports this stuff. Okay, and so let's say I mean, we're here in a WordCamp, so we have a huge community, and it's not all about websites, right? It's also about the thousands of plugins, thousands of themes that people in this community work on every day. They publish new ones. We have a huge kind of you know, library of existing stuff. So how do you translate an interface? Can you do that with AI? Sure, you can. But today it's not so easy, okay? Because how it works right now, I can tell you on our experience. So WPML has been here for a long time, And we translate to 17 languages, the UI. And it's really, it's time consuming and it's expensive. We spent thousands of dollars on this with professional services. And we've done it because we want to do it. We want to translate it. We are not sorry we did it, you know. But it's not just about money, it's about the time as well, you know. So in case you don't know how you do it, you compile your strings from the interface into one language file. In WordPress, it's a PO file called PO file. And then you need to send it to a service. They need to do it, and then send it back. You need to put it in the plugin, check it. You know, it's kind of a hassle, you know. So I think it's pretty kind of hard for little developers working on themes and little minor plugins, which are probably free on our repository, you know, to do this kind of thing. Like, it's just like not viable for them. So what I'd like to kind of announce here, it's some free tools that we are working on and that we'll announce soon with our partners and with the whole community, where we'll allow everyone to upload their files, their language files, and just get the AI translations applied to them, and download the files, put them in your plugin, and you're done. So this is what we'd like to kind of share, and we'll announce it properly in the coming weeks. And finally, multilingual future of WordPress. So I'm not sure how, if you follow all of the news about where we're going with WordPress, but we are now in phase 2 of the Gutenberg project. So phase 2 is finishing. We are about to finish, when I say we, as the community. So we're about to finish this, the whole thing with block editor, and we'll finish the site editor, right? It's coming out of the beta in March when the next big version comes out. And then it will be phase 3, which promises collaboration, right? I'm really looking forward to that, to try it with my team. And then in phase 4, there will be, the promise is the multilingual features. Nobody knows. Nobody knows how they will do it. It's a big challenge. There are a lot of features, and they're I can tell you, because we do this, you know, it's a complex project. I'm really looking forward how they tackle it, you know. And most importantly, since we're talking about AI translations, right? Will it be a part of it? I follow what's going on and stuff, and by the comments that I've seen from the WordPress community leaders and lead developers, I would be surprised if they wouldn't, because I think they're all very kind of eager and they've been very enthusiastic about AI and what it can bring to WordPress itself. So I'm sure, I'm pretty sure they will come up with a way to include it, but how, it remains to be seen. So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Hit me.
Hi. Yeah, I'm very curious, because the example you showed at the beginning of auto-translation was French to English, and they're two pretty major languages. So
Yes.
do you reckon that these tools can work well for any, if it's a language that not many people speak, there wouldn't be a lot of sample material for the model to learn from?
Yeah, I mean, it's a language. You have, I don't know, honestly, I don't know where they pull the data from, but I can tell you, I tried it in, so Slovenian language is spoken by 2 million people. That's kind of, not a lot, right? And it works great. It works just the same. Same for the Croatian. So these two, I can tell you because, I speak them, and there are 4 million people speaking Croatian. And for example, Slovenian language is kind of a bit specific because they have, for example, dual. You know, like plural, singular, dual, plural. Like in English, you just have singular and plural. So anyway, like it's specific in a way, and it works great. It knows. It knows. Even when, which is kind of related when I write an email in Slovenian. So I write like emails. I don't know how they do it. Like I write emails in Croatian and Slovenian, and when I write in Slovenian, it suggests to me words in Slovenian. So I think they're pretty good at it.
That sounds pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's why I said like it's really fascinating. Nobody's now everyone's talking about ChatGPT and stuff like this, but like to me like translations are really like next frontier in a way.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Can I get some tips on you on how to set up in terms of Google tag, you know, on translator pages? How should we set up those pages so that Google know that, you know, those are the similar pages and just that in different languages?
Well, you mean so you have like let's say I'll just like you have a site in English and then you translate it to other languages. How does it know this is a translation of the other? So it's actually pretty simple. A good translation multilingual plugin will do that for you. So I know that like double-mail, for example, it tells, like, you know, through metadata in the start of the page, it tells Google and search engines that like this page is, you know, related to this one, and so on. So it should happen automatically. You shouldn't do that that kind of multilingual SEO should be built in. Yeah. Any other questions? Something more spicy? Come on.
I got one, very quick one. Yes. So, I mean, what is the trend of the users at, like, I mean, suppose like you had like 10 clients. So are those clients moving to like using AI, or they are still doing their traditional like adding strings in multiple languages? So
you mean our double-mail clients?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the trend? I mean, like,
yeah,
people,
sorry. Yes, please.
So like, suppose I went for the AI based, and then I'm still investing in a person who is going to review everything and then making sure it's correct. So are companies investing in that kind of thing, like using AI and then someone the moderator, or just doing a traditional way of like, I add text in each language?
Are you asking for like an advice?
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking like how double-pick ML clients are using this new feature.
Well, I can tell you first what I wanted to tell you is that like it's becoming very, very popular. You know, it's just like on the rise, which makes sense, you know, because it's, as I said, it's really affordable and it's super quick, you know, and it works great. So of course it will be on the rise. So if you review it by a human or not, like our clients, they do both, but I'm not sure about the percentage. I can get you some later if you want. But in general, I think they mostly just use AI. From kind of I'm just kind of refreshing. I think that it's mostly AI. Like for us, for example, for doublemail.org, we used translation services, so human translation, and now we are just switching to AI with a human review. And here it's interesting, like you need to pay for the review if it's a professional, okay? But the rate is much lower than what you would pay for whole translation, you know, and it's quicker. They just take a look, review, this is wrong, I change it, it's fine, you know? So this is how we do it ourselves also. So
thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
I'll ask something. Hi.
Hello.
Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
First of all, you mentioned G-Translate. I would like to recommend anyone in this room not to use G-Translate. It's fine. It works really well, but it's a SaaS. So the moment you stop paying for it, you lose all your translation and all your SEO stuff that you've built up in there. I learned it the hard way. So yeah, please don't use that if you are serious about your translations and want to do more custom work. But I'm more concerned about what happens after the translation, right? Because, for instance, if you have something like e-commerce, you have the site in the language of that user, and you want the whole flow for that user to be seamlessly in that language, which also involves more things like outside of the site, like maybe customer service, handling of the orders. What are your views on that? What would you recommend for that? Like, is there maybe any plan to do like maybe some help desk kind of thing to take that workflow a little bit further than just on the site? So your visitors, like I said, can have that seamless experience.
So you mean if we are thinking about doing something like that, or?
Sure.
Okay, not that I'm aware of, but I agree completely. So one of the things, I don't know if you noticed this, like I notice when I shop, and it's a WooCommerce site, it can be like in my language all the time, and then I place an order, and I get an email in English. It's kind of weird. Like I've done everything in Croatian, and now it's like kind of English email, and then like one sentence in Croatian. So I think so. If you're talking about WooCommerce, now in my example, the plugin should allow you to do this. Okay. So I can just say it out loud. So what we do for WPML is like make sure that these things are possible. So for example, these emails, we definitely allow you to translate using WPML. Not all plugins allow you to do this, but it's still up to you. We cannot force you to translate them, okay? You know what I mean? So I think it's kind of up to the owner of the site to take care of this. Does this
But it's also, I'm also talking more like, you're talking about WooCommerce, right? You get an order, and you need to communicate with the client.
Yeah.
Right? In WooCommerce, you have this nice little notification thing. You can type messages in, the client will get them. That's more what I mean. Like, can we take it beyond so we can also have the whole experience for that user in that language, while we as the manager use our language? You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't speak Spanish and your website is Spanish and you get Spanish clients, it's
yeah. Well, I think in this case, if we're talking about WordPress, then it probably comes to translating all the plugins you have, right? Like maybe you have this, it's their interface. Like how?
I'm just asking for your opinion. Like, how do you see this?
Right?
Because
I completely
the
agree.
translation itself, that's pretty straightforward, I guess. You feed words into the AI, and the AI gives words back to you. But if there is human interaction, right? What do you think of how does that? How can automatic translation go beyond just translating the website to be able to serve that customer from that other country which speak that language that you don't speak?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible, but right now I'm not aware of like major initiatives towards that, by everyone involved. Like, because you could use like different plugins for different stuff, and then they should all be kind of involved. But it's a good point, yeah, and I agree with it. It should be. And honestly, this is why I think like why I'm kind of here talking about AI translations is because now that they're becoming so easier to use and so much more affordable, I hope that will kind of trigger everyone to start using them, And this is why I mentioned our free tools that we're working on. So maybe everyone, maybe everyone starts using tools like this, like our coming tools, to translate their plugins and themes, for example. And then when we have, WordCamps and we do Contributors Day, instead of I don't know if you ever contributed to the polyglots. You start from scratch, and then there's like a spreadsheet of, for me, Croatian words, and it's all crazy in a way because you need to really be careful. Why not start from an AI translation to begin with, and then I'm just an editor? Like it would be much more quicker because I spent so much time in polyglots and I don't feel I've done enough, and it's kind of like my impact wasn't. So I think it would help. So that's what kind of I think I'm trying to kind of make happen with WPML and our team. Yeah, thank you for the question.
Thank you, man.
Very good question.
My question is there any ethical concerns about the translation using AI? Like, am I translating important document? Is it any possibility to leak out the documents to any sites? It's about privacy, it's about the ethical concerns of using AI translation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, like, if you're using these major kind of engines, they kind of, I wouldn't worry about that. Also, like, because like if you use it through WPML, basically we connect you to these same services, people, the Google, and and it's all going through kind of secure connection, and there are no kind of it's just a closed system, and I don't think they care. You just send something and they just return it. It's kind of they don't do anything with it. I'm pretty sure, because it's just too huge.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good question. Good question.
Hi, Dario.
Hello.
How's Amir? Hope everything's okay. I've been a long time WPML and a toolset user. Just curious, two questions. Number one, any plans to be compatible with Bricks Builder? It's a new page builder that's coming up.
Okay.
And second question is, any updates on the status of toolset updates?
On toolset?
Toolset, yeah, because the last email in June 2022 said there's a pause in development.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just two questions.
Okay, thank you. So when it comes to compatibility, we are totally for that, but it needs to be like a two-way street, So I don't know, do you use it, or are you a user, or?
Bricks Builder is something that I'm looking into because it's much faster than Elementor. Elementor is slow, right? And they want things to be faster, but Elementor is slow. So it's either Gutenberg or Oxygen has issues right now, and then we look into Bricks. Yeah, so.
Yeah, how it usually, what's best is like, it's best to kind of tell it to both sides, That kind of usually connects us, But I will take a note and like see with we have like a compatibility team, so I'll check with them. Maybe we had already some kind of requests from clients, and that's what usually starts the ball rolling. We can reach out to them, but if they need to kind of want to work with us, but usually it's not a problem, and we have like a gazillions of great partners, and it's usually simple, so we can do that. Thanks, good question. And about toolset, so I don't have any specific update there. Like, I'm not aware of any new features being planned, but it's definitely like maintained, and you probably get our emails and stuff. So we have a dedicated like team to it to make sure it's working flawlessly. But I don't know if you're missing some feature or stuff. Maybe you can tell me later. But otherwise, that's the best update I can give you at this point. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the question. Thanks.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
So thanks for the sharing. So as far as I know, Google would like judge whether a article is written by AI and may have penalty on the rank, right? Do you think it happens with AI translated articles as well?
That would be kind of weird because they are selling it, right? So I don't know. That's a good question. So can you repeat that? So
when doing search, so Google would like kind of judge whether your article is written by AI, and if it is, it may be penalized and go lower in the rank.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know, but maybe we have a comment there.
Hi, I can help. Actually, that's me. Okay, that's something that I wrote to my client. I'm from WPL, so I wrote to our clients a few years ago, based on what the information that we got from Google, that everyone got from Google, it doesn't exactly penalize sites for automatic translation. It penalizes sites for poor language. So if your content is poorly written, doesn't matter in what way, it's not going to rank well. And we still are using, now we're still using human review on our sites. Not exactly for Google, because we assume that clients are going to read our sites and we want clients to understand what's written. I think that's basically what Google is doing.
Thanks. Nice question. Thank you.
All right. Should we? Cool. Well, thank you so much, Dario.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. A round of applause. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to present this gift, and then I have a couple of closing remarks. So if y'all can please stick around.
Great. Oh.
All right.
Thanks
Just
a lot.
a token of our appreciation.
Thank you. Thanks. Photo. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I just have a couple of quick things. The first one is that there are extra lunch boxes in Hall 2. So if you want any food to take with you, then feel free to go over to Hall 2 and pick it up. And this is the official end of the first day. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, we start again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with Matt's AMA, Ask Me Anything. Matt will be joining us via Zoom, and it's going to be in Hall 1. It will be live streamed also to Track 1, I'm sorry, and it will be live streamed also to Track 2 and Track 3, so you'll be able to view it from any of those locations. The official after party is tomorrow, so tonight you can use the time to go around Bangkok and see things, or attend one of the side events. That is all that I have for today. Thank you so much.